Let's do this, I think. Is this what we're doing? Are we gonna be doing some C++? Let's do the quick rounds. Let's do a quick audio test. Trying something out new. Everyone and their brother makes games and game engines. Ooh. How's my audio level compared to the music? Alright, this is a test of my audio level. Kinda low. Alright, how about now? I am talking. Okay, now we've got a higher audio level. This is me yelling. Ha! Alright, I think that's good. Hopefully if you turn this down, the music isn't too annoying. Alright, how are we? Alright, speaking normally. I think the music needs to be turned down just a smidge. Alright, music got turned down a smidge. We can hear me. Alright. Alright, I'm happy with that. I am happy with that until someone yells at me or says otherwise. Let's check the YouTubes. Music got turned down a smidge. YouTube audio is working. That's good. Let's check the verts. How's the verts doing? Happy with that until someone yells at me or says otherwise. Let's check the YouTubes. Music got turned down. All right. We've got vertical audio going. I mean, my vertical stream. The audio isn't vertical. Well, the audio could be vertical. Because I think sound waves are planar. Are they planar? No, that doesn't make any sense. They're radial, right? How does a sound wave work? Is it like does it go like a Kamehameha, right? Or is it you're like your sinusoidal waves, cosine waves? Or is that electromagnetic waves? Oh, electromagnetic magnetic fields are perpendicular to electric fields? Is that what I'm confusing? Oh man, I should know this stuff. I use it in my job. Don't let anyone know. Oh, my cat. I swear, anytime I get started on a project streaming, he hears me talking and it drives him insane. What, Trill? What are you doing? What are you doing? Yeah. All right. So I've got a plan that I do not plan to get done today because I'm only going to be streaming for a few hours. But I was thinking maybe I can do a smaller project in C++, modern C++, to kind of show some C++ development, but also so some graphics rendering, some design patterns, and also do something that I think I would actually use while streaming, which is a chat window, right? Because you see like stream overlays all the time that show chats, and OBS gives me a chat window here, right? Well, I'm wondering, ooh, that's not showing, right? Well, anyway, you can picture a like a chat window next to the VS Code editor, and I was thinking maybe I can explore the new Raylib release with C++, modern C++, and see if I can figure out how to communicate to the Twitch APIs using C++. Potentially make use of coroutines, because I've never personally used coroutines professionally or in a project. So I think this would just be a cool project to do. and hopefully not lose interest. Hopefully it's small enough that we can like make actual progress towards it and show off some C++ along the way. So that is my intention. We'll see if we'll see how that goes. Step one, of course, being I want to create a repo that I can push my changes to. It occurred to me that one issue I might run into is running out of minutes. Oh no, I won't run out of minutes. This will be a public repo. We're good. Never mind. So new repository. I think I just call this, well, so I can call this Twitch client, but eventually it'd be cool if I could just make it a multi-chat client. Um, but it's not just a general chat client, right? It's a streaming chat client. So, but this is wordy. So what kind of name can we give a streaming chat client for this project? Let's see what I might see what the GPTs, the Gippities, if you will, see if they can give me a good name, like a good Celtic fantasy name. I need a open source project name for a live streaming chat client that that let's see. I need an open source name for a live streaming chat client I want to develop in C++. I want this name to align with the other names in my repo, like Alwyn or Briarthorn. Something Celtic or fantasy related helps. This is a good way to quickly and easily look up, like, it's almost like using a thesaurus. Ooh. Carwin. Blessed Fortress. Feels like a hub where messages gather. I kind of like that. Airless. Snowdrop. Here, let me copy these. What do we got here? So Carwin, I really like Carwin. That's kind of a cool name. Celtic Thunder God, fast, powerful communication. Tyrannus. Lyrian, inspired by Lear, sea god, flowing wave-like chat streams. Okay. Branwyn, associated with the communication in ravens and Welsh myth. Aderin, Aderin, messenger symbolism, clean fit for chat. Kind of like that too. Aderin, that's Carwin. I think fewer syllables goes a long way. More streaming / flow oriented. A small flowing stream. Rill, Kelpie, Avenel, Tidewind, Glassland. Corvin. Ooh, Corvin's kind of freaking cool. Corvin's a cool name. That's just a cool word, Corvin. Oh no. But I want to use a name that isn't like super popular. Not that this app will ever be, super popular, but I try not to steal someone else's name if it's being used. What am I doing wrong? Browser, enter, Google. All right. GitHub, Corvin. Ooh. Maybe there's nothing. That's just a username. T59. Corvin T59? Kind of like Corvin. Raven inspired messenger symbolism. Oh, I kind of like Corvin. Whisperin. Too many syllables. Echoin. Echo Awin. Yeah. Do I Corvin or Carwin? I don't know what to do. I think Corvin's easier to pronounce. CVN for a namespace. Carowin, CWN. Carowin's kind of a cool name too. Blessed Fortress. I'm going with Carowin. I think Carowin it is. All right. So new repo called Carowin. If I can type. Multi. What do we call it? Multi chat integration client for streaming services. Yeah. This will be public. We'll give it a README. This will be C++. License MIT. Describe what you want to build. How do I... Can I use this to grab from a repo I've already developed? Tell Copilot... I'll do it myself. All right, let's clone it. Clone repo from the GitHub. Carowin. I'm going to put it in my dev folder. There is no way you are bugging me this much, cat. Do you want to save changes you made? No, don't save. All right. We have a cloned project. Where in the world do we even begin? How do you get C++ up and running in VS Code? All right, actually, before we do that, I really need to figure out what my cat wants so I can just sit down and start writing code. Dude, what is your problem? All right. So, I think one place I want to start is by basically copying the contents of the CMake cross-platform project I made. That way I get that way I can compile my C++ project on Windows, Mac, Linux, Android, and web. Oh man, if I can get this chat client to work in web, I could build a VS Code extension and have the Twitch chat like right here. That would be cool. All in C++, which is a ridiculous way to go about doing it. But we're not here to be smart about this. We're here to do some C++. Let's see here. This isn't what I wanted. Dang it. Repositories. I want the CMake Platforms project. And I kind of want to... Oh, wait. I might already have this on my machine locally. But I basically want to copy this directory almost verbatim. So I think that's what I'm going to do, but I think I have it on my computer locally here. So you're going to watch the magic of me copying and pasting behind the scenes without you being able to see what I'm doing. Um, is that what I want? What happens if I paste? Paste. Boom. All right, we have a project. Okay, so what are we dealing with here? Oh, did I overwrite my README? No, okay. Karen, multi-chat, integration client, that looks good. I've got my Clang format defined. Uh, I don't think that needs to change. I don't have... Oh, I never stood up Clang Tidy for this project. I think I want Clang Tidy this time around. So I'm going to grab that from my game engine project. Awin. Clang Tidy, we'll copy that. We'll paste it. Yes. We'll make sure this looks good. This is looking for header filter regex inside source and app. I don't know. I will create a source folder. App will be the actual client. Source will be the code. Because I think I'll just produce an executable you can literally double click and open. CMake presets. This is just giving us access to all the different build configurations for your compilers on your computer, along with dev containers. We have VC package, but we don't have. We don't have. All right, we're already ignoring build. That's good. What am I trying to say? We don't have VC package added as a submodule. So we need to do that. If you're tracking and you're not sure what VC package is, it is a cross-platform package manager for C++. It will automatically clone or download and compile whatever dependency you need so that and provide you the solution to finding it and linking it into your project via CMake so that you can use it in your project. So that's what I'll be using. I don't live to manage my own dependencies anymore. It's not how I ever want to live my life again. I've spent too many years doing that, and I am not doing it ever again. Let's see here. So we want git submodule add. So I'm gonna add the VC package dependency or yeah, package manager as a submodule because for pipeline use cases, there are edge cases or there's like certain scenarios where you need this to be cloned prior to configuring CMake. Otherwise, I would recommend just doing like a CMake fetch, what is it called? Fetch content, something like that. We need to ignore VC package. I'm also kind of surprised that adding it as a submodule doesn't have like Git doesn't automatically ignore it. Is that really what's happening here? Lay beside me. Tell me what I don't. Speak the words I wanna hear. Make my demons run. Is opened if you're true. Oh, it's showing. Oh, it's showing deltas in the VC package clone. Oh no, that's not. Why is it doing that? Okay, now it's not. We're good. Whew. All right, we do not have 10,000 changes. We have 49. Lay beside me under wicked sky. Let's see here. All that looks okay. All that looks okay. I'm looking for this VC package. Okay. Initial commit. Ooh, no, 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 no. I think before I commit, I should at least make sure the project will compile the Hello World app or whatever we have. So this is going to be called Carewin. Would I've known. Sorry, I love Metallica. This turn to stone behind the door. Should I open it for you? Oh, is that gonna be a problem? Do I get in trouble if I sing the song too perfectly? Let's see. App Carwin. Get ignore copy. Lay beside me. I wonder if I can move. Should I move these options into my CMake presets as well? Probably should, if I'm being honest. Young, black eyes scattering darker still. You shall be there when I'm gone. I can't help it. I love this song. When I'm gone, bet sure she'll be there. CMake tools, live server, we don't necessarily need right now. We will need CMake tools. Format on save is true. Configure and open false, because I can't stand CMake doing it for me, or VS Code doing it for me. Cause I'm the one who waits for you, or are you one forgiven too? All right, what else am I missing? The app itself, I think, is just Hello Triangle, right? I guess I can go ahead and give this the name. Rename Carewin. Do 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 do. Do 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 do. Do 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 do. Do 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 do. Lay beside me. And I think we're already including. Ooh, we're not. Oh, this is gonna be cool. I think with Raylib 6.0, we don't need GLFW anymore. Now I see the sun. Now I see the sun. What are we doing here? Karen is a project that probably CMake presets. Oh, that is just not true. Karen is a project is a live stream chat client built with C++23. Eventually, it would be really cool to use C++26. Really cool. I don't know if we're there yet. I don't know if the compilers are there yet. Karen is a live stream because I really want reflection. And if we can get reflection, we can start using the fancier C++ serialization libraries that will, for free, basically, give you serialization of your C++ structs and classes, which is just insane. All right, does that look good? I think that looks good. We know we need Raylib. I don't want to do too much because I want to kind of plan out how we're going to build this project, because I honestly don't know. I've never done something like this before. And when I don't know how to do something, I need to think about it. Let's close everything. Am I good to try and configure and build? Will it let me? Let's try debug. It's still pulling in GLFW though. Weird. So I'm pretty sure Raylib doesn't need it anymore. Like that was the whole point. And I'm pretty sure Raylib 6.0 is added. What are we doing? Control Shift P, browser. Pretty sure. Like if we went into ports and looked up Raylib, we would see here that as of yesterday, version 6.0 was added. But they're still saying GLFW is needed on platforms that are not Android or Inscripted. And I don't know if that's true anymore. So whoever made this update probably got it wrong if I had to guess. But that's okay. We'll still give this a shot. Okay, so that configured built. I think the piece I want to make sure in here is we are not doing GLFW anywhere. Like right here. I don't want to do GLFW anymore. I'm hoping that's true. Aloha! How goes your day? Let's see here. I have no idea. Let's just build it and see what happens. It's going good for me. How about you? I'm just sitting here doing some C++. Or trying to do C++. I'm running... no, that built. Okay, so let me make sure the initial stuff is still good. I'm in the middle of standing up a new project, and so I just want to make sure the base functionality is working as intended. And if it is, we should see a window pop up with a triangle. Install bin ./build 64 installed bin. Ooh, that's awkward. Why did nothing pop up? It can be difficult if you don't know what you're doing. Fortunately, I like to think I know what I'm doing. As long as I think I know what I'm doing, I have the confidence to keep trying. Well, you're at the right place to maybe learn, but I'll give you a warning now. There's probably a lot going on, so I don't know if you'll be able to keep up or not. But if you do have any general questions, I can potentially answer them for you. Are you into programming at all, or did you just happen to come across my stream? Be kind of weird if you don't like programming, but you popped in here. Not that I'm complaining. All right, so my stuff isn't working. It ran. It didn't crash. Why did it? Let's try this. Debug. Oh, wait. No, there is a window. Wait, what? Oh, I bet it created a window and then immediately closed. And it happened so fast that we didn't see it. Windows should close. No, wait, no, it should just run in a loop. Suspicious. Yeah, yes, I am a software engineer by trade. That's what I do during the day. 8 hours a day, and I've been doing it for like professionally for about 15 years, and then for fun for about 5 years. Mostly C++. I like to dabble with other languages every now and then. What in tarnations? Why is this not working? Launch. Can I pause? Okay, that looks correct. I am using a new version of Raylib, so that there might be issues. GLSL 4.6, 3.3 core. Are we gonna immediately run into bugs? I might have to go to an older version of Raylib if that's true. I appreciate it. Thank you, uh, Barry Lopez. It's awesome you stopped by, especially when you don't know what's going on. Because honestly, half the time I don't know what's going on. So that means we've got something in common. And I'm writing the code. Default font loaded. I wasn't expecting to run into issues this early on, though. But that is kind of the nature of the beast when you're using a brand new version of code that just came out. So let's close this. I built it in debug. I don't need that. I don't need this. Move this down. I play games. I've got a couple of things going on. I'm still newish to streaming, so I haven't necessarily found my niche yet. So I've been trying some stuff. I'm developing a game for one. So the past couple days this week, I did some game development. I have a mobile app I like to develop, so still programming. But then the only video game that I have streamed so far has been Baldur's Gate 3. I'm a huge fan of Baldur's Gate video games. They are so much fun. Um, and I know I've kind of missed the mark on like, hey, everyone's playing this game, but I still enjoy playing it. So if I play it, I'll stream it. And then I also really like Rocket League, but I'm not. I don't think I'm good enough at Rocket League to be a streamer about it. You know. I play a bunch of other games too that with friends of mine, but I haven't really considered streaming them. Rocket League is a lot of fun. It is pretty damn near a perfect game in my opinion. Um. Okay. If I was an app, why would I not be working right about now? Especially in front of a live viewer. Why would you do this to me? Stupid game. Why am I in this directory? What's going on here? Let's delete this. I don't know why this is failing, so I'm going to copy this. All right, let's see. I also feel like that you are pretty new on Twitch. I am really new to Twitch. I've been doing this for maybe a month now, and of that month, I didn't stream for a week because I went on vacation. I've been trying to make some YouTube shorts, and they do okay. I'm not a video editor, so like it's a lot of work. Yeah, it's a lot of work, especially like when you. I just it blows my mind some of the streamers who are out there who can work a full time job and then stream like anywhere from 4 to 8 hours a night and have lots of energy and be very entertaining. And I'm like, I get done with work and I start to stream and I'm like, ugh, I'm so tired. All right, I'm just gonna chill, listen to music. Is anyone showing up yet? Oh my god, I'm so tired. You know, I don't know how people do it. I appreciate you. I appreciate the offer. I don't really need any suggestions right now. I'm still kind of going at my own pace, trying to, learn the old fashioned way, if you will. I don't need to make it big. I like my job. This is more for fun. And my job, pays pretty well. I'd have to be a I'd probably have to become a really big like streamer to overtake what my job pays me. So this is all for fun and also for learning. So if I ever can acquire a nice following of newcomers who want to learn some C++ and maybe want to listen to anything I have to say, more the merrier. All right, what's going on here? It found an error. I'm using an LLM. It found an error. The window is not opening because Raylib DLL is not next to the. Oh, duh. Yeah, I guess that's true. I wonder. Maybe I'll just set everything to be a static build again. I think that's part of the problem. Dang it. Hey, oh man, you gave me your name pronunciation last time, and I already forgot. Chikome? Chikome? Am I saying that right? How's it going? Yes, Raylib is for Windows stuff and drawing stuff. And if I want to build a Twitch chat client, which requires graphics and text, I need that in order to draw it. Uh, but you just entered my stream right when everything was going wrong. So if you don't mind, like closing your eyes for a few minutes so that I can say I did this first try. Dang it! Why is this not running? I have too many people watching for this to be breaking on me right now. Okay, so there's the Raylib DLL. Are you kidding me? Do I still need GLFW? Is that what I did wrong? There we go. First try. See everyone? First try. First try. There's a window. Oh, wait. You guys don't see it. Oh, no. Oh, no. How do I fix this? Crap. I didn't think this through. Um, stand by. I'm a professional. I'll figure this out. Except now the application isn't closing at all. I need to close. Name. Right. Oh, even better. Only ears. Okay. Wait, only ears? I don't know if I can uh keep talking to keep you entertained. I'll lose my voice. Okay, I think I see what's going on. I see what I did wrong. So I do need to undo these changes, which kind of sucks. So I thought Raylib didn't need that anymore. I also need static. I also need to build static CMake. Shoot, where do I put that? Is that target? Windows? Yeah, I think that's it. Okay, so x64 Windows triplets. Static. That's what I need. x64 Windows static. Dash MD, I think, is what I actually want. Because I think I want the Windows runtime environment. Is that what that is? Yep, that's what that is. All right, let's try this again. Configure. Compiling, compiling. Is this Prince? Oh, it's a cover. I was like, I was gonna say that didn't sound like Prince. Huh. Compile again. Terminal. Run. Got a window. You guys can't see the window because I have to actually add it in OBS. So, what's the best way to do that? I will create a scene called Carolyn. Oh, don't mind the dark out. I'll be right back. I am in the middle of adding a new window. What is this? A window capture. We'll call it Carolyn Capture. We'll hit OK. We'll do this. All right, you guys should see a white box now. So that's all it is at the moment. Okay, so I think that's good. So then I come back to here. So now you don't see my face, which is okay. And then I'm going to add that white box. I don't know how other streamers are able to, like... There we go. And then, what's the best way to do this? I guess up in the corner is fine for now. And then I can do this. There we go. I'm back. Did you increase the font size of VS Code? It looks very sharp. Yes, I did actually. I'm able to. Oh my gosh. I'm able to like shrink it and increase it. So I figured it would make it a little easier on anyone who came by to see what's going on. If I maximize my window, what does this do to my vertical stream? Makes it small. Okay, so we'll just keep it like this for now. All right, so that's looking good. We are not able to move or resize the window because we're not handling events. I don't actually know how you... How does GLFW pull events? Pull, or not GLFW, pull input events. Is it like this? Is that all I do? Let's compile. All right, we have a window. You guys can see it. All right, what happens if I oh, I don't, it's not set to, oh. Okay, close successfully, good. We need to open this to be resizable. Except that didn't work. What this function takes a width, height, and a title. So there must be a function that lets me set a hint or something. Set hint? Set flag? Config flags, there we go. Flag, resizable. How's that? Okay. Compile. Boom. All right, now I can do this. Now if I resize it, oh. Well, you can, uh-oh. Is it crashing? What's going on? Oh no. Okay, so you can see it being resized. So that's good. If I go maximize, that's so weird. I wonder something weird is happening. Clear background. It's not drawing the triangle. So maybe that's what's going on. So let me disable the drawing. Oh, that is so weird. So I'm using a new version of Raylib. It might be kind of buggy. It's like it's capturing the text of my VS Code text inside this window. Like you can see the word success right there, but in VS Code it's down here. What in the world? Does that close? Okay, so that closed. Why is it doing that? So begin drawing, end drawing, clear background, gray, compile. Yeah, it's like a ghost. I've never seen that before. Okay, maybe it was because I didn't add the drawing commands. All right. So I resize. This thing might be buggy. I might need to go back to an older. Oh, now it's doing it again. What? Oh no. I don't think Raylib's ready for prime time. But that's okay, because we can go back to a different version, and that will be easy enough to do. Because I think it's still good enough for what we need for this chat client. So what I need to do to get to an older version of Raylib is in VC package here. I need to check out a different branch. So Raylib was added on April 23rd, which was, oh geez, it was yesterday. Okay. So I don't think that's quite ready for prime time. So I'm going to go back to the previous version, which there should be a tag for VS Code. I didn't think it was that far away. There it is, March 18th. So I want to check out this branch. I want to stage those changes. And then I need to rebuild, reconfigure, CMake, configure. There we go. All right. My suspicions are correct. We will have ran into other errors. Whoops. I think I'm missing some Windows libraries I need to link against. Isn't it like WinMM or something like that is what I'm missing? Let's see, target link libraries. Is it WinMM? Is that how that works? Let's try it. That was it. Let's open the terminal, run it. All right, there we go. Now we have an actual gray window that resizes properly, which probably means the triangle will actually show if I put it back. So yeah, that tells me that Raylib 6.0 is not quite ready for prime time. It could be an integration issue with VC Package Manager. But there we go. Now we have the triangle. So that's all fine, but this was just to get the application up and running to verify things compile. But what I really want to do is build a C++ application using modern language features to communicate to the Twitch APIs, the Twitch service, and see if I can build a chat window using C++. Let's see here. So I want to get this stuff committed. I think before, actually, yeah, I guess before I commit, I should make sure this works on Linux as well. I have a dev container. It should, because I didn't change anything. Let me see what's in the dev container. Clang 22, GCC 15, Java for Android. Okay. And we have Android files for, okay, yeah. Oh, wow, I can also make sure this works for Android. Hell, that would be hilarious. I could build a mobile app in C++ to talk to my Twitch chat on my phone. Kind of overkill, but I could do it. All right, dev containers. Reopen in container. Ooh, this might take a minute to build. Yes, absolutely. Ask all kinds of dumb questions. Dumb questions make me look smart if I'm able to answer. Ooh, actually, wait a minute. If I'm unable to answer a dumb question, does that make me look dumb? If that's the case, maybe we should be careful what we ask me. But yeah, go ahead. All right, we are in the dev container. So now I should be able to configure for a GCC build. Oh, why is this not working? Right now, I have, if I have a Golang endpoint serving an audio stream with header content type audio MPEG. Okay, so that is running on your machine or your server. So you're serving it, okay. This makes the audio tag play the stream as I want it. Now if the endpoint stream is being consumed via HTML.audio tag source, can I send a server event to make that tag reload in browser to force it to be garbage collected by the browser's JavaScript? Oh boy. That sounds reasonable. How you would do it, I'm not 100% sure. I am not a web slash JavaScript expert by any means. I maybe have done 6 months worth of JavaScript and mostly for desktop application, not for like any kind of browser technology. So you're wanting to try and like send a server event to make the tag reload. So are you wanting to like replay the audio? Now if the endpoint stream is being consumed. So okay, so I guess the question I would have, because I don't know what HTML.audio is. I'm assuming you're following some kind of standard or you're pushing to a browser that has some kind of API. So I would assume then I would need to look for API documentation on what you're sending your audio stream to in order to determine if you can do what you want. Not replay the audio is being served like like a live stream. Oh. So you're wanting so your server that is streaming the audio, you're wanting your server to handle an event to reload. I would think you could do that. Because if I was pushing audio, I would probably have some kind of API that's streaming bytes. It would be following some kind of so it sounds like you're doing it through HTML or HTTP is really what you're doing, right? I assume HTTP. Well, you said JavaScript. Yeah, you're in a realm of technology I am not too familiar with. Like I've done data over HTTP, but are you embedding inside HTML to do this? That compiled. That did not compile. That makes sense because this is Windows only. It's serving an unlimited audio playlist in a loop. At some point, the tab is going to start to bug out because it stores the data it was received, even if it can no longer play it. Oh. That's a good question. I don't know how to do it. I don't know if it's an event you'd have to do, but there would have to be there's some kind of API. Like, let me ask you this: are you trying to implement this like completely from scratch, or are you using libraries to do this for you? Because I would assume any library that you use to play audio in a browser tab, it would give you what you need to clean up. Hmm. If I like, okay, so if this was me and I was working on building a tool like this, I would honestly look up a library in GitHub to like, because surely someone has done this somewhere, right? And I wouldn't necessarily like copy and paste or use the library, especially if you're wanting to write this from scratch. But I would definitely like dig through some code and see, generally speaking, how other people have implemented something like this. Because there's got to be something, right? It wouldn't make sense for you not to be able to do that. Wait, what? If Android, if in scripting, otherwise Android. Who owns that memory, that audio memory? Because now you've got me thinking. That's your browser process, right? Okay, so there's got to be some kind of html.audio.source tag. I almost kind of want to Google that. Oh, dude, I think there's a Overflow post answering exactly what you're looking for. Hang on. Did you? I hate to be that guy, but did you Google it? Hang on. Like, cause I literally just Googled. Hang on. So what did you say? You did html.audio.source cleanup. So this is what I'm Googling. I think there's a Stack Over how to reset / clear audio element. Asked 3 years ago, updated 5 months ago. Now this is a bunch of JavaScript voodoo, so I'd have to assume you know what this is more than I can read it, but assuming it's API calls, you can run code snippets in JavaScript. To resolve this issue, I had to use both player.source empty and player.remove attribute source. Player.source empty stops it from being played, but gives an error in Firefox. Using player.source empty followed by player.remove attribute both stops it being played and also gives no errors. Is that what you're looking for? Otherwise, I am. Your guess is as good as mine. Oh, the thing is that's client controlled. You don't want to do that. Ooh. So that's okay. So that's JavaScript code that has to like run in the HTML page versus your server running it. So you're basically wanting to do that, but have your server push the command out, or do you want your server to receive the command? Because it sounds like that's the challenge. Then is getting your server to do what the client would typically do. Server push the command to the client. I see. That interesting. Because, well, so now I'm worried because it's like, is that going to be like a, what do you call that? That kind of reminds me of, uh, like script injecting, right? Are you trying to inject script into a web service? I'll be curious if that's what you have to do. Cleaning up audio from the server side involves ensuring the browser does not cache audio files using signed / temporary URLs or streaming data, which prevents the client from retaining a direct link to the audio source. Best practices include using unique time-limited URLs, proxying audio requests to authorize access, and using HLS/dash streaming with authorized segments. Time-limited URLs generate unique signed URLs that expire shortly after issuance. The server denies requests after expiration, effectively cleaning up access. Proxy/streaming server, instead of direct audio source files, use audio source API/stream audio with an ID. The server backend validates the user's session before streaming the audio. Cache control headers, send HTTP headers to prevent browser caching of audio files. Cache control, no store, no cache, must revalidate. Pragma, no cache, expires 0. All right, I just read a bunch of stuff. I have to assume you know what I just said. It sounds like there are techniques, but it's not straightforward, is what I'm starting to see. Build, install, compile. All right, we got a graphics window in Linux. That is working. Not midlife, so you're wanting to be able to just like cut it off whenever you want. That's tough. I don't know the answer to that. I do not have a lot of experience with browser technologies. All right, so that compiled. I want to make sure Android compiles. But you've seen it done. Okay. When you say you've seen it done, have you witnessed the memory being unloaded, or have you maybe just seen it presented that way and under the hood it might be doing something different? Because usually when I run into issues like this that seem really complicated and can't be solved, or there's no like straightforward way to solve it, especially if there's no like if you Google Stack Overflow, at this point LLMs are pretty good at giving you some Googleable answers. If nothing's coming up, it starts, at least from my experience, it starts to make me think, okay, am I thinking about this problem incorrectly? Maybe there's another way to do what I need to do, right? Because you eventually get to a point where it's like, hey, I need, given this input, I need this output. I would like to build the black box this way, but I can't, or it's just taking way too long, so I got to move on. And so then it becomes, all right, well, if I don't show anyone this black box, I'll just do whatever I need to produce this output. And that usually, I usually start thinking that when I've exhausted all my searches. Okay, that compiled. That's good. That's very good. Build the APK. Pirated movie sites do it. Yeah, I don't know. Well, okay. Now let me ask you this. Now that I'm thinking about it, because when you talk about like a pirated movie site, you're talking about like going to some website and you're not like downloading the video, right? You're not torrenting it. You're actually watching it in the browser. It's very likely that if that's what's happening, it's probably downloading an app to your, like, temporarily downloading an app to your computer. And so it might be managing things differently than you expect. Unless you are sitting there actively observing the traffic going in and out of your browser. That would be another assumption I might change my thought process on. Is how is it actually doing video and audio playback? Uh, that failed. Why'd that fail? Oh, am I using the wrong NDK version? Oh, that's cool. Yeah, I don't know enough about like video and audio playback from a browser, but yeah, I don't know. I can only guess, but I would be suspicious of. Yeah, the only thing I could think then, like if you're able to capture traffic, like if you know, oh man, if you want to get really low level, there's a way to do this, right? You could actually figure this out. If you if you can reproduce the scenario you want to do, you go to that website, you find your video, and you do whatever you need to do to make it happen. You could always do like a Wireshark capture. Like you can see the traffic going in and see exactly the moment that your like audio cuts off or something like that, or the memory gets wiped out, right? So like you could see exactly how they're doing it. Unless of course it's encrypted, but the terminal process exited. Kill audio stream and wipe memory via server. Signal to same. I don't know. That's an interesting challenge. Hey, hey, Crypto Racer, how's your day going? No other events attached to the tag and no JavaScript targeting tag. The trick is the source entry is a blob, not a string. Network admin software. Yeah, if Wireshark is the network admin software I was talking about, you just literally just sit there and run it, and it will scan all the traffic coming in and out of your computer. And it's open source; it's free. Yeah, I'm trying. Well, okay, so I am trying to use Raylib 6.0. I haven't had much luck because I'll show you. Like I have this simple Hello Triangle app that I built a while back that uses Raylib 5, and while that works, when I swapped to 6.0, it was doing something really weird. You can ask Chikome here. It captured the rendering of what was behind the window and then drew it onto the Raylib window. And then when I like tried to resize it or whatever, it like got bogged down and would slow down. So I don't know if something's wrong with Raylib or if something is wrong with the package manager it was integrated with, because I'm using VC package for my dependency management. And so it was having all kinds of problems. So I don't know if I can use Raylib 6 quite yet. So I'm going to keep an eye out in GitHub to see if like any new issues come in. And hopefully it'll get patched pretty quick because it literally got added to the package manager yesterday. So I saw that. I was like, ooh, let's try out Raylib 6. I really want to experience some of the new stuff. Especially the software rendering sounds really cool. But it shouldn't really prevent me from continuing with the app I'm trying to make. So right now I'm on whatever was right before Raylib 6, which I think is like 5.5, something like that. I'm just trying to make sure this project compiles on all the platforms I want to support, and then I'm going to start actually trying to build an app. Okay. So I want to make sure the APK builds, which I think it should be good now. To be honest, I am curious if I would just build Raylib 6 myself if I would have any issues. But it was also a day ago, so if any issues popped up, I wonder if they've had you know what? I guess I could actually check GitHub, couldn't I? Why is this? Oh, okay. So built for Android. Okay, so now I have Android, Linux, Windows. What else am I missing? I'm missing WebAssembly. Let's make sure WebAssembly is still good. Oh, I never. Wait, did I not do it? Oh, it's right here. Whew. Thought I didn't do it. All right. So we'll make sure WebAssembly good. If all that's good, that will give me a good starting foundation to get this app built. And I'll learn something along the way too, because I have never used web APIs with C++ before. I'm assuming I will want to use some kind of third-party library to handle that for me. I don't know if I want to write it all from scratch or not. That would be a mini multi-day effort if I did that. Maybe VS Code is using Raylib as well. At some point, your app is. I don't know about that. Maybe, because the way, as I understand it, the way VS Code works is it's JavaScript, isn't it? Because isn't VS Code built on top of like web technology? Um, Maybe even built on top of Atom, or it may have started out built on top of Atom, something like that. Because I think I know like all the extensions that you can add to VS Code, you can use TypeScript to build those. So all of this might be like web technology that's running. WebGL or WebGPU, something like that. Chromium. Okay, that's right. Yeah, Electron. That makes sense. Okay, so WebAssembly built. Build files have been written to. Oh, do I not have the install? Or the suffixes? No, they're right here. It should have installed. WebAssembly. Oh, I only configured. I didn't build it. Jeez. Okay. All right. Well, if WebAssembly worked, I should be able to come into here. Come into this web folder. Show preview. And boom. All right. So everything is working. We've got Windows, Linux, Android, WebAssembly. What else? Android, Windows, Linux, WebAssembly. I can't show Mac, obviously, because I'm on Windows. Why do I feel like there was something else? Oh, Clang. But, well, okay, yeah, I need to make sure it actually compiles with Clang, with a different compiler. Clang. Because Clang gives me all the code analysis tools to make sure I'm writing proper C++. There shall not be poorly written C++ on stream. Because none of us write bad code ever. Not a single one of us. All right, so that's... All right, sweet. We now have a really good starting foundation for this project. So let's reopen back to Windows. Oh, this is going to be great. Now I can do my initial commit. What changed for Gradle? Oh, this is the initial commit. There was no change. Yeah, I think we're good. Initial commit. Let's send it. Can't wait to see how bad my code can get with C++ reflections. Oh my gosh, dude. I'm excited and terrified. I feel like it's going to be like relearning template metaprogramming all over again. And that took me years to understand. And that's like years working 40 hours a week to like really get a grasp on how to write that stuff. It's going to be like, it's honestly, I think it's going to be like relearning a new programming language. I think C++ 26, we're all going to be learning a new programming language. And some of the stuff they're already doing with C++ 26 in these third-party libraries is nuts. There was a CppCon video where they took SIMD in C++ 26 and wrote a JSON parser that is now like 2 or 3 times more performant than the fastest C and Rust JSON parser by like gigabytes. Because I think it was clocked at like Rust was doing 1.7-ish gigabytes a second parsing JSON, which is nuts, right? That's a lot of JSON. And then I guess there's a really fast C library that was doing it at like almost 2 gigabytes a second. And then C++ with SIMD and reflection is parsing at almost like 5 gigabytes a second. It's just like insane what they're starting to be able to figure out with reflection. I just blew my mind. It's going to be a whole new language. Okay. So now that I can draw a window, which was the easy part, how in the hell do I actually write a Twitch chat client? Because I have never done something like this before. I think it should be pretty straightforward that I need to draw a window, a resizable window. I'm going to need to render text, obviously. I'm probably going to need to put the text in its own self-contained like bounding box so that I can like add them with spacing. In fact, I'm looking at looks like I'm going to need to be able to handle timestamps, handle icons. At some point, maybe clickable links. Oh, that'll be interesting. Clickable links. Would the easiest Honestly, I think the easiest way would be to have like a rich text renderer, which I do not know how to do. Sounds like a lot of work. So mine's probably going to be a little more basic than that. So I think step one is change the background color. What do we got here? Let's do. I think black's actually a better starting point. We don't need a triangle. We want a. Let's see. How tall is my window? Let's do. What is this width? So let's do like. Window 720 by. I almost need it to be like 2 by 1, don't I? Let's do 1440. See what that looks like. Hey, that looks good. Um, I don't. Should I reposition this? I feel like I should reposition this. Stand by. How do I? How do I reposition this? What did I do with this? Oh, there it is. Stand by. All right. I'm gonna move this over here, I think. How's that look? That's a little better. Okay. Now we've got an actual window to work with. So when I'm building something I don't know how to build, I like to start with the what it looks like at the end and then try and work backwards. And what it looks like at the end is going to be a list of usernames colored with text. Let's see, your guys' usernames are bold. So let's do what's a simple. Let's do some dummy data, I guess. Dummy equals. Actually, we need to separate the data out so we know how to render this differently. So if we did like a struct of, what do we call it? Message. Hey, there's my daily ViewBot salesman. Stand by while I take care of this. Goodbye, Scarlet Chemist Fetq. You have been denied. All right. We don't want a string view. We actually want to store it. Now, we might, depending on how we store the data internally, we might eventually go with a string view, but we'll let this guy own the data. So what else makes up a message? We need a timestamp, don't we? I like to use chrono when I'm dealing with time. Does chrono support hours, minutes, and seconds in C++ 23? Or is that 26? Chrono, CPP. I don't remember. What do we got? Ooh, C++ 20 has a UTC clock? Wow, I wish we had, and a GPS clock. Holy crap. So my background is modeling and simulation of real world systems that communicate over like networks. And so having to deal with timing and handling like GPS time versus UTC time, and if you didn't and you didn't account for that, you would end up with some really weird scenarios. So it's crazy that they actually support this now. Oh, there is hours, minutes, seconds. Oh, it's in C++ 20. Let's go. How do you use it? Oh my gosh. I've never used this before. Okay, that's a definition, but how do you use it? Oh, do you pass in An hours, minutes, seconds type? Is that what that is? Why is there no examples? Is AM, is PM, make 12, make 24 hour. I didn't know any of this existed. This is awesome. All right, well, I'm not seeing an example, so we're gonna do it live. So what do we think? It's a standard chrono hours, minutes, seconds. Oh, and we can store. So I am leaning on some autocomplete here, which is hit or miss sometimes. I do have GitHub Copilot, so I think that's part of what's giving me the autocomplete. So we'll try this, see if that works. Time, we'll call it time stamp. And we always order our member variables from largest to smallest if we can. So we're gonna have, what are we gonna have? We're gonna have text. That's not really text. That's the message. We're gonna have the message. We're gonna have the user. Username is better. We have username, message. We're gonna have, I don't know what you call them, logos. Because you guys, I don't know what it means, but you guys have a, well, I see the Twitch logo, so that obviously means you're chatting from Twitch, but you also have a crown next to your name. Does that mean you're a follower? I don't know what that means. We have the timestamp. I think that's a good starting point. I don't really need to worry about logos right now. Oh, you have Amazon Prime. Okay. So I've never even had a Twitch account until I started streaming. Now, I've been aware of Twitch for a long time, right? I remember I think it was called Justin TV back in the day, something like that. Like I remember all of that, but I didn't really start paying attention to the existence of Twitch until like um OnlyFans. I'm a big WoW head, if you will, and so I really enjoyed watching the OnlyFans streams, and I catch like live streams here and there briefly. So I didn't realize, I don't know how like Amazon Prime works with Twitch or anything. I think everyone gets like a free sub to give out, that kind of thing, if you have Amazon Prime. But yeah, I didn't realize. I am learning. What do we got here? We have text, or we have the message, the username, the timestamp. And I don't even know if hours, minutes, seconds is actually how we want to. I'm being dumb. That is not how we want to store this data, right? We actually probably want to store it as nanoseconds and then almost use hour, minutes, seconds as like the formatter or the view of our data. So let's, I'm actually going to change this. This is going to be standard chrono nanoseconds. Probably overkill in the resolution, but I always like to have the lowest form of, or like the highest amount of precision that I can inside an int. And this thing is a long. Okay, so we have a message. So now I want to render that message. Oh, I'm gonna have to figure out how to do word wrapping. Does Raylib do word wrapping? I guess before I do that, we want to have some dummy data. I think I can do something like this, right? Oh, let's go autocomplete. Come on. Less typing. I lost it. Wait a minute. I need to get it back. There it is. All right. So we have Alice, hello world, hi Alice, good morning. All right, so it auto-generated us some messages of my chatters talking to each other. Did you hear that? I said chatters. I knew what that was. We give them some timestamps. So then we want to render for const auto message. Oh, dummy. We do not want to use a printf. We want to do a draw text. Ooh, we have to build the username. We have to append the username to the excuse me. I'm getting the hiccups. Username colon message. Combined? That's not a word. Combined. Oh my god. The AI autocomplete knows I am trying to build a Twitch chat. It knows about the colon I wanted. Except I need to make this bold, so this actually isn't going to work. Is the colon bold? I think the colon is bold. So I actually have to do 2 draws. Oh man. How do I handle... Okay, so it's not combined like I thought. It's actually going to be message, username, message. And this needs to be message, username, plus colon, which is highly inefficient, but that's okay. We're not going for performance right now. And then what are these values? We've got position, font size, color. What's a better way to do that? All right, this is good enough for now. Let's just build it and see things are working. Press any key. Oh. Oh. Can I not build it that way? What's the button? Is it F7? Dang it. Build. Compile error. Permission denied. What? Oh. Gotta close the application you're trying to build for, people. Let's see. That's that compiled. All right, first try. We're gonna see some text on the screen. Let's go. Boom. Oh my god, it is tiny and jumbled. Anyone see that? What does that say? Okay. It is not interesting. Oh no, Raylib 6 has the added text tools for measuring like oh no. Where's the is there not like release notes? Release notes. Software renderer, which is freaking awesome. Platform backend memory, which is interesting. Platform backend Win32, a new Windows platform, and the first step towards its potential replacement alternative to the platform libraries currently used by Raylib. GLFW. Oh, I was thinking they got rid of GLFW, so they started to, but they're not. They haven't completed it yet. The Inscriptum backend. Redesign full screen HDPI. Skeleton animation. Build config. File system. I could have sworn they added like text tools. And I'm wondering if I'm going to need those. text management API. Along with the new file system functionality, a new set of text management functions has been added. Also very useful for text processing and also used in custom build systems creation using Raylib. At the moment, Raylib includes plus 30 text management functions. No, I'm going to need this. Text length. Maybe it has some of that already. Okay, it does have some. Okay. So I need to. Are you guys? Oh, I think you guys both have the exact same number of characters in your name. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. All right, I need to add another chat here to compare values. This is a test to see visual differences. There we go. My name's longer. All right, let's see what this looks like. Okay, so it will just move. Okay, so it's literally going to render the message right after. And it's going to make it bold. Does Raylib have a way? All right, this is where I'm going to use some LLM to learn about the API. We'll set it to ask a question. If I wanted to render a portion of a string as bold using Raylib, what would that look like? What would that look like? Question mark. Raylib has a cheat sheet. It helps if I use my eyes. Okay, what does this say? Raylib doesn't have inline rich text support. Yeah, that's what, like, I think the real solution here would be to use a more advanced library with rich text, but that's okay. So bold requires splitting your string into segments, which is what I'm doing. Load a bold font using load font ex. Does Raylib not provide like a default bold? Am I actually gonna have to load a different font? Which is fine. I think I might have some open source fonts I can grab. So we load our fonts. We use our bold font to draw the username. Measured text. That's what I need. Measured text. Do we have access to a measured text function? Measure. We do. Awesome. Okay. So I need to get some open source font, which I think is in my project. So I think I can just grab it from my repo here locally. If I was fonts, where would I be? Oh, I don't. I only have one. Okay. Let's go find some open source font. I think it's like, what's the, I'm used to seeing one. It's like Robo Control Shift P browser. Public domain fonts. Robo, is it Roboto? That might be it. A Google font. This might be it. Does this have a license? How to use. What is this music? A little, just a smidge yelly for my taste. Okay. That's kind of cool. Does that work with Raylib? Oh, all right. I'm gonna download this for now. I don't know if what the license is for this. All Google fonts are open source and without cost. That's all I needed to know. All right. So we will download all. Stand by while I download this. Oh my god. Oh my god. There's so many fonts. Guess I'll just keep this whole thing. Let's I'm gonna copy this. 7 extract to Roboto. Control C. Guess I'll create an assets folder for now. All right, we have Roboto fonts. So we're gonna need to do a load font. I'm just gonna cheat and hard code these values. What do we need? We need bold, Roboto condense. I want like monospace. I didn't think about that. No, I guess we don't need monospace for now. So I want bold and do I want bold and black? No, regular, I guess, right? Regular and bold. Copy path. Uh, all right, so we have a regular and a bold font. And then I want to, Twitch uses, oh, wow. Twitch uses, is that enter? Is that I enter, which is an open font on the site? I don't think I knew that. That's kind of cool. Okay. I'm gonna make this a little wider, which is gonna shrink stuff for people, but that's okay. You guys should still be able to read some of the text. Because I want to expand this a little. So we load the fonts, we give it a font size, we give it a spacing, we give it a position. Draw the regular font with the values, measure the text, get the X value. Okay. So we want to draw text EX and we pass in our font bold and we give it the message username. It's really all I want to try for now. But we also want to, as we are going down, what is that? That's the Y value, right? Does measured text give us the height? I bet we want that as well. Oh wait, is font size in pixels? Then we don't need to measure. Raylib. Draw text. It doesn't say. Is that point size or pixel size? It doesn't say. What? Why doesn't this say? That's annoying. All right. I guess let's assume it's pixel size, and if it isn't, we'll find out pretty quickly. So we'll add font size to Y. What's the issue here? Integer versus float. So we're going to give this a... What does this take? Vector 2. No, let's not do that. Let's just build and run, see what that looks like. Hey, we're getting somewhere. You can kind of see it. We need to definitely need to make this bigger. Let's do 40. I'm gonna have to come up with a like scrolling solution too, aren't I? All right, how does that look? That's somewhat readable. So I'll eventually need a way to scale this, like Control plus, Control minus, or Control Shift plus, Control Shift minus. But that's a later problem. But we do have this. We need some more space. We need spacing. Let's try like 10. Position Y plus equals spacing. See what that looks like. There we go. That looks a little better. That's readable. I think that, yeah, I think that's readable. We also need to add that colon. Looks good to you? Awesome. All right. So we have the username, we add the colon, we move to the next line, but before we move to the next line, we do need to measure the text and get the X value. And that X value, I think we add it, right? Because if we're drawing here, yeah, so it's gonna have to be like position X plus, oh, AI already has it for me. I don't even have to think anymore. Not yet, not yet. I just want to read this. Let's see here. Font bold. Yeah, see, it's not font bold, stupid AI. Font regular. I do have to think. Joke's on me. Except I don't need any of this. Okay, what are we doing here? Font size, spacing. What is spacing in the draw text function? Is that like space between characters, I guess? Oh, that's measure text. Okay, so once we get the X, we have the Y. We should be able to draw the text now. That's weird. Oh, it was right. I was wrong. I was wrong. I yelled at it for being dumb, and it was me that was dumb. Because we just rendered the font bold username, so that's what we have to actually measure. Does this return? Is there a way? I guess not. Okay. And this is fairly static, so I wonder. I bet I could just not have to call this every frame. We'll worry about later. Not worried about performance. Position Y. I have to tell myself that, otherwise I'll go down the rabbit hole of trying to like improve performance when I don't need it. Font regular. All right, let's just let's build, see what happens. Oh no. It's because I updated Y. How does that read? All right, why is my window not closing? That's not a good sign. Uh-oh. There we go. Jeez. So I want to update Y after we draw our text. Look at that. Yeah. I think that looks pretty good. Does that look? Need more spacing. Yeah, we'll just do 20. Keep it an even increment of 20s. I also want to go ahead and get. There we go. That's a little better. Much better. All right. So now we need timestamps formatted in a different color. Is that a different size? Different color, different size. How does it show up on Twitch? I'm using OBS. I didn't actually think about that. What does it look like on Twitch? No, don't sign in. Why are you trying to sign in? Who's doing that? Okay, yeah, Twitch does have a timestamp. It looks like a little small font wise when it's the regular style. Okay. Cool. Well, I guess on Twitch it almost looks the same. That's fine. Doesn't have to be perfect. Okay, so now I get to try and use the hour, minute, second thing and see what that looks like. Because I have never used this before. So const auto hour, minute, seconds equals. I'm guessing. I'm assuming I can do HHMMS and pass in message.timestamp and then that will work. You know what? Let's compile and see what happens. Oh, I don't have you on full screen, so yeah, it should be fine. Okay, cool. Okay, I mean it compiled, so this appears to be right. You guys like my style of developing? Just guess and check, see if it compiles. I learned that over years of. It's taken me years to get to this point. Does it have any field? Oh, it does have dot hours, minutes, seconds. Awesome. What do timestamps show? They show hours and minutes. Okay. So I want to do. Oh, I'm being dumb. This isn't how you do strings in C++ anymore. Come on, guys. I haven't gotten to use this either. We use format. How do I use format? There's a way to do this. You know what? I wonder if this hour, minute, second thing supports converting to a string. Boo, that's not how we do C++ anymore. This is like 1998 C++. That's almost 30 years ago. Oh my gosh. I was not doing C++ in 98. Minutes, hours, second. I guess I just all right, whatever. I'll just do I'll do it the old-fashioned const auto HMS string. The AI autocomplete beat me to the solution. Except, do I really need to use .count? The standard format not know? Oh wait, I don't want seconds though. Does that compile? Let me stop doing that. I gotta remember F7 builds. That does not compile. It is. It really is. What do we not like? I probably do have to call .count. There's gotta be, is there a way to use standard format with chrono hour minute seconds to create a string? Oh my god, yeah. Like there should be a way to. No way. Does that really work? So I will say something about AI LLMs. Something like this. Like I made a small attempt at Googling to find the answer. If this actually does what it says it does, I don't know if I would have figured that out on my own. I would have Googled it or, searched for a Stack Overflow post. It compiles. If this works, holy crap. That's so cool. So that creates the string. Now what do I need to do? I need to put it to the left of, okay, so I need to do a draw regular. Draw text font. Okay, so now that this is the starting X spot, we're going to have to do another measure text to move the X over. Except now we're measuring the timestamp. We move X over. Now, how much of a space is there? There's like a standard space between the timestamps and the icons, it looks like. So we'll give it like... Probably give it like a 5. And I guess if we do that, maybe I get rid of the space for the colon. And make it a little more consistent. I don't know if that's the right, if that's what I should actually be doing. But we'll try it. Doesn't hurt to try. Oh, look at that. It's starting to look like something. I've been a big fan of CPP reference, but it hasn't been kept up to date as... Yeah, I love CPP reference. It's been a part of my tool set for basically since I started. Awesome. Do we like the brackets? Because the normal Twitch doesn't do the brackets. Let me look at it without the brackets. Oh, it added a space as well. Let's get rid of the space. We'll use the spacing tool for that. Or spacing tool, the spacing variable. Okay. Okay. I can get behind this. So now, what do I do next? Because there's all kinds of stuff I have to handle, right? Scrolling. Oh my god, scrolling. Which means input handling. A text box for data entry. Does I could use Ray GUI, right? Does it actually support like scrolling, or is it just input widgets? What are we looking for? Google. Oh, wrong button. Oh, does this website not have Ray GUI? What's going on? Why isn't... There it is. I thought there was a... I thought Raylib had a website that showed off the GUI tool. Is it Ray... it might be this one. GUI layout. Yeah, here we go. Okay. I don't think this is rendering very well in... Oh, there it is. I'm just zoomed in. I forgot I'm zoomed in. There's a window box, a group box. Surely there's a scroll box. Ooh, what is that? What is that? I saw it. Did I miss-see it? Why is it doing that? It's like right there. What is that? Oh, Raylib has a scroll bar. Okay. I was thinking I was gonna have to implement my own stuff, but this will make it a little easier. So what's cool about VC package is to get Ray GUI. Is I just have to enter it in that JSON file. Except I got out of that terminal before I looked at the command to find it with CMake. Oh, interesting. Is Ray GUI header only? All right, so we're finding Ray GUI path. We're including it, which I guess I need to do as well. Okay. So I can't really add this to my link libraries like I was hoping. I want a CMake auto formatter so bad. Okay, so we include it, and then I guess we just include Ray GUI into our header file. Compile, make sure everyone's happy. Wait, does that mean I can just use Raylib labels? Does it have everything I need? Because look, this control palette is a scrollable list of widgets. Is that not really what a Twitch chat is? A scrollable list of label widgets? So I should be able to do this pretty easily then. So what do we got? We got a label. That's what I need to use. Okay. So I'm going to pull up on another browser here so I can do this at the same time. Ray GUI examples, I guess. Ray GUI, where are your examples at? Code samples. Begin drawing, clear background, if GUI button, GUI message box. Raylib controls. I want a scroll panel. Okay. How do I do it? Ray GUI icons. Building. GUI message box. Color. Get style. I'm just looking at the Ray GUI website here. I'm not doing anything special. I'm gonna zoom out a little. I think that's my issue. So this is almost certainly what I need. I want a scroll panel with labels and a text box to do like chat message inputs. What's the chances Raylib has a rich text editor? That would be really cool. Text input box. That's what I want. All right. Well, I'm not seeing anything. Examples. Helps if you actually like look at the repo. Scroll panel. Let's go. GUI scroll panel. What is panel rec? Is a rectangle. So I guess I would make panel rec the size of my window, and anytime it resizes, I pass that in. We have a panel scroll object. That seems like that's going to be a vector. Yep. Okay, so that's telling me it changes like where you're at in the view. Okay, so there is a view. What's the view? It's another rectangle. So it looks like you leave it default so that the panel rectangle will define it. Panel content rectangle. Oh my god. So you got the content size. So that's almost like a view that you can zoom in and out of while keeping the panel rectangle the same. You have the panel view, which is like what part of the box you're looking at and how much of it. That almost seems like begin scissor mode. GUI grid. This makes sense because you don't want to draw anything outside the scroll box. So as text goes by, once it leaves your window, you don't want to waste CPU cycles drawing it. Though, honestly, I was thinking I would just do a if check on the Y values, but this makes it a little easier. A lot easier, actually. Draw style, edit controls, GUI checkbox, slider. So I guess then I render my labels inside this. So I'm going to need... Is that all I need? Wow, this is going to be a lot easier to do than I thought. I thought the rendering was going to be hardest. I didn't realize the Ray GUI had that many widgets. So then the hard part will probably be learning the web APIs and the API keys I need. Because I think this
for this to actually work, it's also going to require a OAuth 2, which I'm aware it exists, and I've called APIs before, but like getting all that stood up, I'm hoping C++ has some kind of easy to use library to handle all that for me. So instead of all of this, what we're really going to end up doing is drawing a bunch of labels. So I'm going to paste this here. So I guess step one is make a GUI scroll panel, which requires panel rec, panel content, panel scroll, panel view. I'm assuming I want this in the top left corner. Panel content rec. I assume I want this to be the same thing. Why did that try to multiply it by 2? Panel content rectangle. This would only not be the same thing if I have to account for like the width of the scroll bar. Panel scroll position, I guess I'll just leave it at 0, 0 for now. So gotta kind of have to figure this out as we go. So it does GUI scroll panel. There's a scroll bar property. Okay. We are now inside of a panel. I think. Ooh. I didn't like something. Unresolved external symbol, GUI scroll panel reference in function main. Do I have to link against the library? What in nations? What are we building for? Windows? There's raylib.lib. Oh, I bet I have to include raygui after raylib. Classic mistake. Programming's dumb. Anyone else agree? I'm gonna go to the bathroom. I wonder if there's like an if def or something I need to define. I'm sure if I actually read the documentation. God damn it. I'm so good at this. So freaking good at this. I'm not the biggest fan of header only libraries. I get it. You know, C++ is a pain in the ass to build dependencies for and stuff, but now that I live in a professionally speaking at least, I live in a world where I get to use these package managers. It's really not a big deal to just like pull stuff in. So it's a little annoying when you have to like do this in order to actually get the code built into it. There we go. Now it works. All right. Let's see here. Do we get a scroll bar? Hey, look at that. Oh my gosh. I mean, nothing scrolls right now, but we're getting somewhere. Heck yeah. Okay, so how do I give it? I need to give it a background color, right? Text content scroll view. So how do I do that? Draw and process scroll bar style edition controls. Draw style edit control. Oh, this is just drawing the options, I think. Oh, does Ray GUI require like an input file or something to style it? Is that why it's white right now? Ray GUI. What do you call them? Widgets? Widget colors. GUI set style to modify specific properties. Okay, so GUI set style, I think, might be what I need. What is it normally? Wait, control. Oh, control. What's the control panel? Scroll. Oh, holy wall of text. What am I looking for? I'm looking for like panel. That's ooh, I almost spelled a bad word. Panel. Give me panel. With underscore. Here we go. Ray GUI panel border width. Ray GUI panel. Border width, border width. Oh, that's all it is. Let's try panel underscore. Border width. All right, I tried. The GUI scroll panel has a white background, and I would like it to be black. Go. Okay. I misunderstood then. So it's saying default background color? Okay. I don't know. I don't get it. I guess that's a C-ism. Hey, there we go. All right, we're back. We're back, and we have a scroll bar. Sweet. So now I need to convert these text boxes into labels. Um, so what does a label have? A label has a rectangle bounds text. Oh my god, am I gonna have to style the labels with how do I do this? How do I do this? Um I wonder if I have to set like a font for a label style or something. Ray GUI label font. GUI set font. Okay. So do I have to call set font after every label? No, only one way to try or find out. What was I doing? Main. GUI label. So this just takes a position, a rectangle bounds for the label. Oh, so I won't need to do this actually will make things easier because I won't have to do all this math. So let's define um, a label width and height, I guess. Oh no, wait a minute. Does it support word wrapping? Because the width and height are actually the width of the label will be the width of the I guess the content area of the scroll bar or the scroll panel. What was I looking up? Does the label support word wrapping? Oh, thought I was gonna have to do math for word wrapping. So we got GUI scroll panel right here. Okay, so text wrap mode. I'm guessing that means true. That's annoying. Can I just do true? And do I actually need color to int? Or can I just do black? Looks like I do. Okay. All right, so GUI set style, wrap mode, background color. Guess I can see if that wrap mode works real quick. All right, let's resize, see what happens. I mean, That actually makes sense. I didn't actually put the text in a label yet, so it's not like bounded by a box or anything like that. That's on me. Man, that takes forever to close. Close. Okay. So I need to convert this to a label. That's step one. Maybe what do I do? Because I need to position. We're gonna need how many labels? We're gonna need 1, 2, 3 labels per line, I think. So this becomes draw or a GUI label. Its position. Its width is going to be the size of the panel content rect. Panel content rect dot width. Font size. Oh. Font size plus 5. 10. I'll just do font size for now. See how much vertical spacing there is. Okay. So kind of like I did last time, I think what I will do is just comment this out, and then I think we also wanted the scissoring, if you will, which was like what, begin scissor, end scissor, which goes here. Begin scissor mode. Sure, that seems right. And then end scissor mode. Compile. Ooh, we don't like me not using variables, do we? Or converting values. What are we doing here? We need from float to int. Panel view. And this takes a vector 2. So I think panel view can just be converted to an integer type. No, I guess it's float by default. Okay, that's fair. So what's it yelling at me about? All of it? Is it all take ints? Int, 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 int. It sure does. Oh, that's annoying. Doesn't C++ now support trailing commas? Oh, let's go. Wait, what? Oh, it didn't do what I thought it was going to do. Really? All right, I guess it didn't like it. I tried. Tried to be fancy. Unused. That's fair. Totally fair. All right, there we go. Run. Ooh, what happened? Super tiny. That's fair. Because I didn't set an actual font size on the label because of some reason. Is it set font? I forget. GUI set font regular. GUI set size. Why does GUI label not allow you to set the size of the text? GUI set style. GUI set style. That's not what I want though. I want label, font. How do you set font size on a label? That's, come on. Text size. I was close-ish. All right, let's try this again. And this is kind of ridiculous having to set this every frame, which I won't. Hopefully I shouldn't. Ooh, I probably will have to. If I want to render different widgets with different stuff, this will have to get called every frame. That's annoying. That's immediate mode for you, I suppose. Ooh. Did I get smaller? Does it work right? We're getting there. That didn't work. Why didn't it work? Do I need to set it up here? Surely not. Maybe it's default. Let me try default. Let's put this back. For those joining in, you guys are witnessing me try and learn Raylib and RayGUI while also trying to build a chat window to be my Twitch window that I can have on stream instead of using OBS or overlays. Why? Because it sounded fun at the time, but I am beginning to second guess myself. Because I cannot, for the love of God, resize the text of a freaking label. All right. I'm giving in to my AI overlords. I need to set the font size of the label. RayGUI label font size is controlled via set style. That's what I did. So is something else happening? Did I make it too big and is it getting scissored? I wonder if it's getting scissored. Hang on. Let's disable this. When in doubt, start commenting out. I just made that up. That's not a normal saying I use. Okay. Where the heck is my label at? Oh, wait. Did I set a color to it? No, it was showing gray earlier, wasn't it? Ooh, is it black? Wasn't it gray earlier? Maybe that's what I was getting wrong. Oh, maybe that's what I'm doing wrong. All right. Is there a color GUI set style text color? Okay, text color normal. Let's try that. Dang it. All right, AI overlords. I am trying. Position is 10. You know what? Before I do that, let's get some good defaults here. Because I don't know with Raylib off the top of my head if positive Y is up or down. If it's up, then it's possible I'm rendering the label off screen. Local variables unused. All right, I tried. Can't say I did not try. But I don't want to be here all night fighting with the color of a freaking label. Let's see here. We want to... I am trying to render a label with a gray color, and it currently does not appear on screen. Using draw text works just fine, but I commented that out. Can you... I don't even think I need to say that. I will get a label rendered on this screen. For the love of all that is holy. Text color normal. I mean, I guess it could be we're using it. I don't know if any of this is right. Where is the there's properties. Properties, huh? Oh, this is a widget. I was thinking it was like properties you could modify on all the other widgets. For label being a simple widget, I'm not seeing any examples for label. All right, let's see what AI says. The issue is that content inside a scroll panel must be drawn with the scroll offset applied to its position and within begin scissor in scissor mode. Without this, the label is drawn at screen position, but likely clipped. I'm so used to using C++ APIs like Qt. What else? I've used Flutter. SFML has a GUI library. Qt Quick QML. An old one, Open Scene Graph. And they all automatically handle nested hierarchies of widget positions. And I wasn't thinking about the fact that I might have to handle my own nested positions. So we'll see. We'll see if this actually works. Well, it's got to compile first. I will say that. Is that just saying it's unused? Oops, wrong button. Yeah, it didn't work. It didn't work at all. I still don't see any text. Oh my god, I am setting text on it, right? Right? That would have been embarrassing. Wait a minute. Is that not the font size right there? All right. This is getting out of hand. We are setting X, Y, width, height. Okay, that's height. Okay. I don't know about you guys. Programming's dumb. Even with AI, programming is dumb. That's one thing AI has not changed, is how dumb programming can be. Let's see here. I wanted to change... Nah, actually, I'm good with that. Okay, now what is it saying? Since draw text works for you, let me switch back to that approach instead of struggling with label. This will be simpler and more reliable. No! I want the label! There, it works, okay? It works. Damn it. Stupid. Stupid bots. All right. So the other method to figuring this out is simplifying the problem, right? Whenever you're struggling with getting something to work, you simplify the problem. So what I'm actually going to do now, because I am going to use a label, because the reason I want to use a label is it's going to give me that bounding box to handle the spacing and everything. And then supposedly this line here will enable word wrapping, and I'm hoping a label supports word wrapping. Otherwise, I'm going to have to do like, where is it? I was doing it earlier. Did it get rid of my comments? Uh-huh. Is it time to drink? But anyway, use the measure text function to figure out if it's like reached a width, and then if it's surpassed that, move it like either. Well, I guess I can't move it to the next line. I have to do another draw command. Oh my gosh, this is so dumb. All right. Anyway, back to what I was trying to do. Simplify the problem. We don't need scissor mode. We don't need any of this. I just want to render a freaking label. GUI label. Hello world. Dire Dragon, you might be right. It might be time to drink. This is getting out of hand. Parenthesis. I can say this word. A parenthesized type followed by an initializer list is a non-standard explicit type conversion syntax. Well, I mean, yeah, don't ever do... I don't know why it did that. That stupid autocomplete. Okay, we got a label. I see it. I doubt you guys can... Can you guys even see that? It doesn't... Wow. So I'm recording on a 4K desktop. 4K resolution, right? But Twitch only supports 1080p, and the compression on it, I'm pretty sure you guys can't see. I don't know if you guys can see that or not. All right, let's make it bigger. That's what she said. Let's see here. So that's supposed to be GUI, and this is where everything started going wrong. GUI set style default text size of 20. I think when I started doing this, everything started going wrong. Yeah, it's supposed to say hello world. Okay, so that's, yeah. So everything I'm doing had nothing to do with the problem originally, which is this, which I'm kind of leaning on autocomplete to help me out here. So I'm almost certain all of this could have been solved if I would have just found some good examples and read the documentation. But to be fair, I looked at the header files and there's like nothing there. Okay, so the hello world is back, but the size didn't change. So that's the problem. I don't know how to change the size of my label. Ray GUI change label size or font size. This isn't working. Let's try that. Because it just occurred to me I'm not using my the custom Google fonts I downloaded, and I'm wondering if that's having an issue too. Though I would have assumed Raylib's fonts would scale. Okay. So we actually already have a font, so we'll use font regular, and we'll use font size. Oh, guess I'll move this down here. I didn't realize I was using size 40. I've been manually entering size 20. Has that been part of the issue the whole time? For the love of God, how do you use a label in this library? All right, this rock music is amping me up a little too much. I need to calm down. All right, we're going to change the pace here. Come on. Please. What is happening? What is happening? Where? Animation curve, test suite, controls test suite. Is this going to have something about a label? GUI set style label text alignment. That's the only example it has. I'm bringing the AI back. Let it know that I simplified the issue. That's not right. I need to use GUI label. I am trying to narrow the problem down. It works when I don't use GUI set style for text size. As soon as I use this, I can no longer see the text. I'm even trying to set my own font and no dice. Oh, I'm on auto. I need to switch to Opus. I bet Opus would help. Let me test a minimal case. The issue is that text size isn't the correct property for GUI label. Then why were you telling me to use it? Nothing. All right, try this. Using only GUI set font without text size. If text appear, okay, so it's basically doing what I was doing, which is trying to narrow the problem down. You know, all right, we're bringing out the big guns. No text visible. Yeah, there it goes. Now it's digging into the header file to figure out its API. Oh. I actually didn't think this would be the hard part. Figure you just give a label a size, give it some text, and you're done. Oh wait. Did we lose the command for color? Is it rendering to black again? I wonder if it's rendering to black again. Because we're just setting font and label size. Found the issue. In Ray GUI, when text wrap mode is enabled, GUI draw text uses... Well, you said you found the issue before. I'll believe it when I see it. Uh-huh. So there's a lesson to be learned here. When I said I simplified the problem to test the label, I didn't actually simplify the problem enough. I should have commented out like everything and just tried to draw the label. I was using this incorrectly. So that means if I do text wrap word, because I was just passing in true thinking I understood what this API took, and I was wrong. Son of a biscuit. Okay. So when we have, I'll have to figure that wrap out. What was it saying about it? Found the issue. Is the label's bounds shrunk plus padding? Bounds height equals text size. When text size was the default, fix either. Root cause wrap mode expects an enum of none. Character is 1, word is 2, not a boolean. You were passing true. All right. Well, I'm going to leave wrap mode off for now. I will want to figure that out. But now I think we can go back to creating that scroll with labels. Hey, Slip. How's it going? Just, you just missed all the struggle of me trying to render some text. But we're good now, I think. So now we're going to put all of this in a scroll panel. I hope. Okay, so we don't need this here. We can leave font size here, I guess. So we're going to turn the scroll panel back on. I'm going to try and set this back to... I don't... Whoops, what did I do? Nope. Panel rect and panel content rect. I don't know if I quite understand. So I think panel rect needs to be the size of my window. And then the content rectangle could actually be 10. Oh, so I think this controls the position of the widget itself. Well, no, that doesn't make sense. I think that I'm thinking this gives me margins. So if I did like 10 minus 10 minus 10. Ooh, it's saying to do minus 20. Oh, right. So if I want to give no, Slip. I'm taking a break and doing some C++. This is to create a window using Raylib and C++ to create a chat window that I can add to my desktop here. And if I want to keep going and keep evolving it, then maybe I can build it into like a WebAssembly slash JavaScript thing that I can then add into VS Code as an extension. And then we would see chat like kind of like Copilot here, but have chat show up in my VS Code app. I don't know if I'll get that far. I mean, I'm struggling to draw a label, so I'm not confident in my abilities right now. But if I'm going to add a margin to this, we shift the box over by 10. So if I minus 10, I'm just back on the border. So I do have to actually do minus 20. So that makes sense. Oh, crypto, huh? Oh, I didn't realize that. Yeah, sorry. The radar game is still being developed. I worked on it. Well, Slip was there. When did I work on it? I worked on it like today's Friday. Did I work on it every day? I think I worked on it every day this week. I mean, like I was just taking a break. I wanted to I was itching to do some C++. I struggle with what's it called? Godot, because it does things a certain way with memory and data that I'm not a huge fan of. Oh wait, I'm trying to show you guys and you're not seeing anything. Hang on. There you go. So, like, I'm making progress. Let me grab the controller. There is one thing I got working that's kind of cool. It doesn't do anything really, but let me get it up. So part of what this game is going to do is, I know there's like these red diamond squares out here, but once the game is like officially released and running, you won't see these, right? So you won't know it's out there unless the aircraft you're flying has good sensor capabilities, right? A good ability to see what's out there and determine what it is. And so your radar will pass and you can like latch on. And I've been working on getting firing a missile. So watch this. Oh, I did it wrong. I gotta do this. And then my radar is picking up all the missiles I just fired. So I've got it's silly because it doesn't do anything right now, but I did figure out how to get the missiles to launch and fly. And so eventually you'll have like smart missiles or missiles that will detonate when it gets near an enemy. Um, I might let you like have abilities to shoot down the missile or distract the missile from hitting you, because right now this is just you firing the missile, but eventually these guys will be firing on you as a player, and you're going to need to be able to like fly, maneuver, maybe use items over here to create defensive abilities. Like I don't know. In the real world, you do stuff like what's called chaff. Chaff would be like just a cloud of debris with reflectors and things like that that makes it hard for radars to track what's in that cloud. Things like that. I don't know how realistic I want to make the game though, because I kind of want to make it a little more approachable for, non-aircraft people. But yeah, so this is still very much in development, and I will be continuing to work on it throughout the days, like during the week. I think on the weekends I might do side projects like this, because I do want to try and showcase what I've learned with C++ and give other people the opportunities to see how someone else who's been doing C++ for 15 plus years and how they go about doing it. I'm not doing a very good job right now because you guys are just seeing me get defeated by a single function, but we won't talk about that. getting defeated by a single function with the help of AI. We will definitely not talk about that. I edit my own video clips, so it will never leave this computer. All right, so what was I doing? We were creating a Twitch chat app with a font label, which I think is now working, right? Let's confirm that I didn't screw something up in between that conversation. Okay, yes. So we still have this. That is good. So I need to turn that into scroll panel, scissor mode. We need to turn the scissor mode back on. This needs to be the size. Scissor mode needs to be the size of the content rec, I think. Could be wrong, but I think that's what I want. This mini-map's getting in my way. And then we will loop over all of our chat messages, which I think, you know, I'll eventually be able to store as like JSON or something like that, or even save it as binary. Oh God, I could use this to just keep the chat history on my own computer. I don't know why I would want to do that. That sounds like a pain. So we have our list of messages. We create our timestamp. Right, I was in the middle of struggling to draw the timestamp. Wait. What? Does the label return the label size? Is that true? Look, that doesn't even make sense. That's an integer. What is autocomplete trying to do here? That's crazy. All right, so we create a label that's going to be positioned at the X position of the content rectangle, the top left corner Y position, plus the... Oh, plus the position of the scroll. That makes sense. And then give it the width of the content rectangle and the font size. So the label will be the size of the font, which I don't like. I think I actually want to make a little bigger so there's a gap between the text, but that's fine for now. And then we format it. I've not seen this API before. How does this work? Okay, so standard format returns a string. You pass in the formatting arguments. Oh, these are, oh, duh. Okay. Oh, it's doing the whole thing. Why not? We'll do it. All right. Boom. Oh God. It works. Ooh, word wrap doesn't work. I don't have it resizing yet. I have the debug label still there. Come on, people. Keep up. By people, I mean me. All right, now we're getting somewhere. I mean, it's all rendered on top of each other, but we are getting somewhere. So we still have to account for label positioning. I'm gonna need to build like a scene graph to automatically handle widget transformation, so I don't have to like keep doing this position nonsense. So we need auto position Y. So that's the starting position, right? Oh, it's already doing it for me automatically. And then we add font size. Okay, let's try that. I haven't even gotten to the interesting stuff yet, because eventually I'm going to have to talk to... Hey! Alright, okay. I mean, it's using Raylib's blocky text, but we're getting somewhere. We're getting somewhere. Okay. We definitely need a little bit more padding on the top and bottom. How do I define the label size? So I need a constant, which is what this is. So label size is these two values. Label size, label size. Okay, we'll define font size up here. And then I want to give the label a little bit of spacing, which I got rid of the old spacing code, so we'll just do it up here. 5. Actually, no, it needs to be, I mean, it's 5, but you want 5 on the top and 5 on the bottom for 10 total. Uh-oh. So I don't want to do this. I want to make this a little cleaner, this will be label size.y. And then we'll build the spacing into the label itself. So font size, and this needs to be plus spacing times 2. See what that looks like. Okay, there we go. That's not like while that is fun for Raylib and Raylib style stuff because it makes it kind of, I don't know, makes it look unique. At first glance, this is actually kind of hard to read. So we are going to go back to using the fonts I downloaded and hopefully figure that out. So how's this supposed to go? GUI set font regular, font regular. See if that does anything. Oh, we're getting somewhere. We are getting somewhere. Okay. So we got the timestamp, which is totally wrong unless, what is this? Anyone know how to read this? This is nanoseconds. So what is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. So what is that? 10 to the 9th is nanoseconds. Or is that saying 2 seconds? Is that what that's doing? So we should, oh, we're not showing seconds though. We need minutes. So let's try, what's another way to set this? Can I store? I'm also learning like the new chrono stuff. So chrono, hour, minutes, seconds. Can I define it as a string maybe? That would be kind of cool. Okay, so you set, maybe I can append. So maybe I'll define hours and minutes and set it to this value, or no, I can just store it as nanoseconds. I'm overcomplicating it. Ooh, Chrono does have literals. I don't think I've really used those either. You're right. Oh my gosh. Freaking genius. Oh, you can't Google from VS Code's browser. You have to actually go to google.com. Chrono. Or I haven't set up the automatic search. That could be an issue too. Because I think you have to do like using namespace or using literals. You know what? Chrono, I thought it was like a different header file. Did I Google this wrong? Yeah, standard chrono literal. I think I Googled wrong. CPP chrono literals example. No, it's just a different namespace. That's all. That's what I needed. Okay. You beat my Google. You're faster than me. But you're right. So let's try. Where was I doing that? I was doing that up here. So I need to be able to. But can I? Oh, autocomplete's already doing it. Gosh darn it. But I don't want to do seconds. Oh, I also don't like that. Can I add a comma here? Will that? Let's go. I forget which. I don't know if it was C++ 20 or 23, but C++ now lets you do. I forget what it's called. Is it called trailing commas? I don't think it's trailing commas, is it? But C++ now lets you do this, which is so nice, especially when you have auto formatters like I do. So now I want to try and set this as hours. Is it hours? Hours and minutes. So let's do. Can I literally do like, let's see, 18 hours plus. Or no, we're on 19 now, right? So if I did 19 hours plus 5 minutes, will that actually work? No way. 19 hours plus 6 minutes. 19 hours plus 7. Will that actually work? Oh, my application's running. Come on, guys. Keep up. That is so freaking cool. Look at that. 1905, 1906, 1907. Oh my gosh. What? All right, I like forget what I said before. I like programming again. Programming is freaking awesome. Look how easy that is. Now, I'm still if I'm writing like code for my company or for the company I work for, we still don't do magic numbers. So I would still like define this as a constant or something. But I don't answer to you guys, so I will write code how I please. Let's see here. All right, so now I need to vary what's the word I'm looking for? I need to vary the font type and the color so it looks more like an actual Twitch chat. So we've got font regular, which we needed for the timestamp. But we don't need it for the message. Right? So now, if I compile this, we should just see our timestamps. Okay, we got our timestamps. All right. So next, we need the bold font. And we need to position this right next to our... Oh, no. Right now, I'm defining all of my labels to be the width, the size of my panel. But that's okay. So we can dynamically build the size of our label with the spacing variable and the width of our text. This is insane. What's it trying to do here? Oh. All right. So this is going to give us the same, no, this is giving us a new Y position, which is what we don't want. Because this needs to be on the same X. But it needs to be like, oh God. This has to become position X plus equals like the label size dot X, right? It's gonna have to become that width. So we're gonna have to, I'm gonna have to figure out, so I think we have to go back to using measure text, and I will do that right after I make sure my cat is okay because I left him out in the garage. He was sleeping, but it's warm, so I want to make sure he's doing good. I will be right back. Oh, now I feel bad. I think I accidentally woke him up. He was passed out. But he's inside, so we're good. All right. I feel like I'm actually making progress now, so I'm going to reward myself with an 8 p.m. monster. Not sponsored, by the way. But if the opportunity ever arose, I would never say no. All right. Where were we? So I have to. We basically have to create like dynamically sized labels. Now, in an actual GUI framework, if you were doing like a real one using something like Qt, Flutter, React, for anyone who's familiar with like web technologies, Slint, that's a new one up and coming that's developed using Rust, I think, but also supports C++ and Python. Anyway, well, shoot, even Godot, right? The way you would typically do this is you would have some kind of layout manager thing, right, or widget, where you would stick multiple labels in a row, and then as it resizes, they would like shrink and grow or stay fixed size. I don't have any of that with Raylib right now, so I just have to do the what I would consider gross brute force math method. So I think I need to get the size of the string, which was what were we using? Measured text, I think. Using font regular, using the string, the font size, and I don't know what the spacing is, so I'm going to leave that at 0. And this is going to return label size. So if I did this, do I need this? Because I don't think this works anymore. Oh, shoot. Maybe I do need the spacing. Measure string size for font. I don't know what this spacing means. Can I go into the code? Does anyone ever like... Oh. The one thing I really like about using VC Package as a package manager is if I'm ever interested in actually looking at the code, I can do that without having to like navigate to a GitHub site or any other site. So in this build trees folder, there should be a Raylib folder, which should have the clone source. Yeah, I tried 6.0 earlier. It wasn't working. So we're still on 5.5. And then we're looking for, what is it called? Measured text. So we just do a find in folder for measure text. Oh, there's a function that just takes font size and no spacing. Oh, it doesn't even. Oh, that's a different. What the heck? Oh, measure text EX. Come on, guys. Okay, so what is spacing actually doing? Text height plus equals font size plus line spacing. So it's not multiplying by 2. It's just saying this is a spacing. Okay, so that works out. So I just need to say spacing isn't 5 times 2, it's just 10. And if that's the case, I don't think I need this anymore. I'm going to try something. Instead of setting the label size to a width and a height, oh, this hurts my heart because I don't know what to do here. I'm going to set that to 0, 0 for now. See if we can get away with it. We'll calculate the label size using spacing. That'll give us our width and height. And then we need a position X. Oh, that makes sense. Yeah, that makes sense because this is every tick, right? So anytime we scroll the panel, this will be our new starting point. So position X, we use here and here. So that gives us our starting point for the timestamp. We measure the text to get our size. And then we... what are we printing here? The username? Oh, we also need to set the... where do we set... Am I blind? I think I'm blind. Where do we set it to gray? Wait, how's it gray? Is it... Oh, is it gray by default? Did I just get lucky? Okay. Well, I mean, I'm not doing green. I could do green. Text color is not a thing. What am I actually trying to do here? Text color normal. We could do green. That'll probably be a little easier to see. Ooh, what is it not like? Okay. So we set the color, so then... Nope, that's not what I wanted. This needs to be gray. No, let's do white. We'll do white. And then we go back to using regular. Which is also white. And then this becomes message. What are we missing? We're missing the colon. This is only updating. Let's see. We update X. All of this is on X. We don't modify Y until the very end. All right. What do we think? 5th or 6th first try? Whoops. What's weird is I don't know what happened to the timestamp. What are you doing? What are you doing? I should have just left my cat out in the garage because now he's here to bug me. He probably wants back out. Okay, so what am I doing wrong? I start at the X position. we're continuously resetting Y. No, this is fine because this is a redrawn frame. So we redraw the frame in the top left corner. We start in the top left corner. We calculate our size. Oh, wait a minute. I wonder if this 0, 0. Oh, I think that's part of the issue. Ow. All right, hang on. I know what's going on. The label sizing. I do have to account for that, I bet. But my cat is attacking me. No, come here. Come here. You owe everyone a cat tax if you're going to attack me. Say hi to the stream, okay? Or are you just gonna be a twerp? Hmm? You just gonna be a twerp? All right, let's go. He literally needed me to walk him to his food because he didn't know it was there. That's my cat for you. Okay. So to calculate a label size dynamically, I have to measure the text with spacing and then set it. So I have to actually do this beforehand. Kind of dumb, but it is what it is. So we'll do label size. Does a rectangle... Can I get away with doing something crazy like this? Label size. Am I allowed to do that? One could have hoped. All right, I tried. Yeah, I get it. Okay. So that will define our label size and give it a spacing. Then our next X position is X. Is that right? Does that account for spacing in the X axis? I don't think it does. We'll leave it alone for now. We'll see. And then I need to... Oh, I wasn't even measuring the text for the other labels. Whoops. But we have to do this again. Gosh, I'm all kinds of backwards here. Why is it... So we measure, we call standard format. Okay, that's what I need. So we do this. We don't need this. Font bold, message username. That makes sense. Label size XY. Yep, all that looks good. All right. Second try. After the first 2nd try. I think we're getting somewhere. We're getting a little bit closer. X keeps moving. X shouldn't move. What are we doing? What am I doing wrong? We have a starting X position. We render our label there. We add the width of this label to position X. We calculate our new label, and then we position our... So this would be Alice. Hello world. So it's almost like position X is not getting set back to... What is going on? Guess I could debug. Heaven forbid I debug. Let's put a breakpoint here. It's been a minute. How do I debug? Play. Okay. All right, so what are we looking for? We're looking for position X. All right, so position X is 10. That makes sense. We render our timestamp. Position X now becomes 132. It's a lot, probably more than we should, but our timestamp gets rendered. What's the best way to show it on screen? So the timestamp gets rendered backwards. Oh, this is mine. All right. Anyway, you guys get it. So timestamp is to the left. Now the next position should be 132. That makes sense. We render our username at 132. That makes sense. Now we're at 247, so we render the message at 247. Okay. And then we go to the next message. That's the problem. All right, I figured it out. Position X has to be reset every, I was thinking every frame, but it's every label. Come on, guys. So we want to reset position X. Is there a nice way to do that? Not really. Okay, so this is gonna have to be like const start position X, I guess. Auto position X equals start position X, something like that. Okay. Okay. Could definitely use some more vertical spacing and less horizontal spacing. The gaps between here, here, and here are very inconsistent, so that's worrisome. Means I'm doing some kind of calculation incorrect. Alice, Bob, Charlie. So what's going on there? Because we are measuring our text with spacing. Okay, so what does it look like if I don't measure with spacing? What? Whatever. Yeah, that's what I was. Oh, that's without spacing. Yeah, no, that makes sense. They're right on top of each other, so that makes sense. So what's going on? Why? All right, let's I guess try spacing of 5. Maybe I misunderstood how spacing works. This might be a now that I have it working, this might be a AI angle to be like, hey, I've got this working, but you know, it's not quite right. Yeah, that's like, it's not quite right, is it? Ooh, let me stage these changes so I don't lose them. The inconsistency comes from advancing position Y. I don't mean Y, I meant X. Use a fixed line height. I mean, that's fine. I don't know if that's my issue, though. I wasn't explicit enough. I should have told it. I should have told it it was on the x-axis. Let's build again. Yeah, I mean, spacing is whatever. I meant along the x-axis. Depending on the message size and length, I get different spacing after the colon. Two issues cause inconsistent X spacing. Mismatch between measured and drawn text. For username, you measure username, but draw. Oh, I'm a dummy. I'm a dummy. I blame it on the I got nothing. I'm a dummy. Let's try this again. Oh my god, it added like it's adding spacing between characters now. What did it change? It changed it to freaking draw text again. Ah, stupid AI. All right, it's all right. I know what the actual issue is now. So I needed to do, or no, I am doing it. I am not doing it. Okay. I actually thought about this. I don't know why I didn't do this. So what I actually have to do is I need to call format, create the string, pass the string in, and be exactly the same every time. So then for here, this needs to be, so this is going to be, what do I call this? I'll just pass this in like this. I'm just going to call this timestamp. Okay. So now we're going to have timestamp. We're going to have username. So that's the username. Like this. Yep. And then we need message. No, I don't need to format message though. Okay. So we have timestamp, username. That looks good. All right. Let's try this again. Jesus. Whew. We got there. All right. We got there calmly with a level head and minimal help. Minimal help. Minimal help. Yeah. All right. So that's starting to look more like a chat box. So cool. Let's I have a lot of changes and I should probably get some of this committed now that this is kind of working. Oh yeah, I forgot about the fonts. What are we calling this? Commit. This is the hardest part about programming. Naming. and writing English. Working label implementation. Implementation. Okay. Cool. Awesome. Because now I'll be able to just like have this for stream. I mean, there's still a lot more work to do. I don't want to get ahead of myself here. Now the question is, can I get word wrapping to work? And if so, what would that look? Oh man, excuse me. What would that look like? I want to create longer sentences. Now, where are my messages at? Oh, right here. Hello, Twitch chatters. My name is Funnin. I am a C++ developer of 15 years. Hello, YouTube chatters. I am actively developing a video game called Briarthorn about air combat situation. Hello, Mom, Dad, and brothers. Thank you for subscribing to my YouTube channel. Okay, so now we have long text that needs to get word wrapped, which means I guess the size of the labels are going to have to change. I don't know. I'm assuming I'm going to have to handle that myself. I don't know if Raylib does. You know what? This is a good opportunity to see what AI can produce for us. So how do I prompt it? I want to implement word wrapping for you know what? I need to add like a I need to help the AI out by defining this as a row. Okay, I want to implement word wrapping for each row of labels. When the window resizes, this should cause the scroll panel to resize along with the content. In turn, this should lead to probably just it's gonna look weird. We'll start with it. This should lead to, well, so the issue is with, let's see if I can bring it up. My current implementation is treating a single row as 3 labels. And the problem with that is each individual label would word wrap. I need an individual row to word wrap, which means really what I want is I almost need a custom label to handle this, where I am using draw text. So after all this work and AI constantly swapping me back to draw text, I am now starting to think draw text might be the way to go. But then I lose out on all the like styling stuff. So I don't know. So I think for this initial implementation, just to see if I can get the word wrapping to do its thing, or see if AI can, I'll just try and word wrap the message itself, unless AI has a better solution. In turn, this should lead to the message label to word wrap. I don't know what's the best approach here. Do we need to resize the labels to handle this? What about the other labels? Let me know if you need additional input from me. Because I could, like, I could just use a bunch of draw text like I was before, and then treat that whole thing as a label with its own bounding box. And then when the panel rectangle resizes, I can resize that bounding box and then just basically use measure text to determine if the text is past that bounding box. And if it is, call draw text again on a substring of the text, right? So I could implement word wrapping myself. Probably not the most efficient way to do it because I don't know what would be without doing a lot of like research and learning how to do text manipulation stuff. Uh, there's only so much I can do with a immediate mode renderer like Raylib. So I'm curious to see if there's other APIs I'm not aware of that AI can, pull out of the black hole of the internet. What do we got here? Let me check how RayGUI actually word wraps to make sure our line count matches. I have enough context. Here's my approach. On each frame, recompute panel rec from current window size. Yeah, that's pretty straightforward. Compute the message label's available width, which is content width minus timestamp plus username widths. Mirror RayGUI's word wrap algorithm to count how many lines the message. Oh, it already did it. How many lines the message will occupy, then size the message label height. Okay, so it looks like we do have to recalculate the size of the label. Some row heights to set. Oh my god. All right, let's see. I guess let's see if it did anything. So what is it doing? So we're calculating viewports, panel margin. Oh, that is so much more logic. So I'm gonna have to. This is making me think I'm gonna need to wrap the Ray GUI logic into more traditional layout management, because this is gonna eventually get pretty bloated code wise. All right, so new helper behavior as you drag the window near. Okay, let's see if that did anything. Oh, oh no! What? 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 Um, it's kind of wrapping. You guys see that? All right, so if I hold it, it doesn't draw, and we can kind of see what it's doing. All right, so it's clearly like infinitely scrolling when it shouldn't. There appears to be an issue. When I run the application, it seems to scroll and or calculate. Oh, I wonder if that's what it's doing. It's recalculating. So it's word wrapping what is already word wrapped. There appears to be an issue. The message, after being word wrapped, appears to continuously get word wrapped. I am struggling to read the text as it is constantly moving and shifting non-stop. What are you doing? Huh? What are you doing? What? What are you doing? What? Yeah, like it's already starting to create its own like row layout implementation. Hmm. This just goes to show, like you take for granted GUI applications, right? The fact that I can do this is nuts, or the fact that I can do this, that's crazy, right? So much logic goes into this. A lot of math. All right, let's see if it figured out what's going on. The wrap width was derived from panel view width, which scroll panel shrinks by the scroll bar width only when a scroll bar is shown. All right, we'll see. I'll be the judge of you fixing it. Oh my gosh, cat. All right, there we go. All right. I mean, it's working. It's just not great because it's all in like a single label. I don't. And the fact that RayGUI's label doesn't really support multi-text fonts and formats. There's no rich text label, I guess, is really what I need. Um, And I also lost my X spacing somewhere along the way, or label spacing, unless it went back to draw text. Did I lose my spacing? Spacing's there. Text spacing. That's not what I want. Why did it do that? That's why it looks so weird. It like, oh, I wonder. Okay, so it's treating this as text spacing instead of label spacing. So where was I doing that? I am still doing that. Okay, so let's compile. There we go. That's a little cleaner. I also don't like the line spacing, I don't think. Well, looking at the chat window in OBS, I guess it does have some line spacing to it. That's kind of working. I don't like it, but it's kind of working. I don't like that. I wonder if it's the line spacing that's doing that. Let me comment that out. Line spacing. Oh, no. Okay. Okay, that wasn't it. Something else is causing it to not render at the same height as the other labels. that. It's this. What is this? What is row dot height? So this is turning into a widget itself. Timestamp width, username width. Row dot height becomes message lines times line height. I see what it's trying to do, but I don't think it's playing nice. Let's try this. Oh. Now it's not calculating. Interesting. What am I doing? Ooh, can I scroll now? If I do this? Ooh, the scrolling function is slow and miserable. It won't let me drag. Weird. Huh. Hmm. All right, so I think I want to build a label. Oh, it's using GUI draw text, get text bound, get text style, get color, text style. That's kind of cool. So I can see what a label is doing. So what does draw text do? Go to oh, this is header only. That's why I can see this. Get text lines. What is this? Wait, what? Can I do multiple lines? Get text lines. Total height is not valid for vertical alignment in case of word wrap. So what is this line count? Where do I set this somewhere? Get text line, text. Oh, it's literally counting. Oh, so it's getting GUI style, total height, GUI style. Because I can probably take this logic and implement a label that lets me. Nah, I don't really want to do that either. How does that work? Wrap mode, text word, next space width, code point break. This might be good enough for now. I kind of want to clean this up. Those others, where? Count word wrapped lines. What is that doing? Jeez. Count how many lines of text will occupy when word wrapped within max width using the same glyph metrics Ray GUI's text wrap word path consumes. Oh, so this is calculating the number of lines of text that will occupy when word wrapped. I'm trying to figure out. There's really no way to do, because a label is. It makes sense that you're if you modify a label style, font, color, etc., it only affects that. So I don't know what the best approach is to get word wrapping that goes all the way back to the next line, other than to basically, I think I have to create a custom type using draw text, is what it's going to boil down to. Because I'm assuming Ray GUI doesn't have like a way to do, I guess, multi-formatted text box. I don't know what else you would call that. Browser, Ray GUI, multi-formatted text box. The GUI text box, the standard GUI text box, can be configured for multi-line use. However, native multi-line editing is still described as a work in progress. GUI list view for displaying a scrollable list of text items formatted as a list rather than a single pair. Oh. What is that? Formatting, styling options, text alignment, icons. Text multi-line enables multi-line mode in some builds, though cursor movement may still be limited to single line logic. Before including header, enable advanced GUI text box implementation that includes copy, paste, and more robust editing features. How has AI affected what a new hire programmer at a company you work for is like versus closer to the beginning of your programming career, assuming it has multiple programmers? That is a great question. Unfortunately, I cannot speak to, at least in my field, speak to the effect of junior devs or more junior devs. I'm kind of in the middle of helping a startup. I'm basically doing a startup, but helping grow a new company with a couple of people. You know, we have a contract and all that stuff. Like we're making money, but it's all senior people. Eventually, we're obviously, like, as a startup, you're hoping to grow, get bigger, that kind of thing. Eventually, it'll become time to hire people. I think at the end of the day, juniors aren't going like they're not going away, right? Because AI is a tool, right? Just like any other tool that a developer has at their arsenal. And the reason you hire junior developers is they're cheaper, right? Junior developers don't know as much. They don't have as much experience. They won't know how to use the AI tools as well as a senior developer, right? All of that, like, whether you have AI or not, you still have effectively like cheap labor in junior developers to do a lot of the grunt work that you might not want to pay a senior developer to do. So it might be like, oh, hey, I know how to implement a rendering backend. I know how to build an application. I know how to build a video game. But I'm going to spend my time architecting, designing, and basically telling these junior developers what code they need to go and write, right? So even though I have AI at my disposal and I can, as you've observed, I can use it to generate solutions that make sense to me, right? I'm not using AI to just be like, hey, build the app. I'm using AI to help me debug. I'm using AI to help me figure things out. Now, I think professionally, I'm probably using it more than what I'm doing on stream. Because on stream, I'm also kind of just, I like to tinker, right? I like programming to program. Um, for a junior, I still need developers to help me get a project done, right? Because on stream, I'm tinkering with a small project. Even my video game that I'm building, it's a relatively small project. When you start dealing with bigger and bigger projects with more and more moving parts, you still have to get features out the door. You still need people to do that. So I still think there is a place for junior developers. Now, does AI reduce the amount of labor needed to get the same output? Probably. But the flip side of that is AI enables us to increase our output. Maybe. I just don't have personal experience with the negative impact of AI yet because I am not a part of like a big team or a big company yet, right? I just know when it comes time and I do need to start hiring junior developers, I'm still looking for the same stuff. I'm looking for a strong interest into why you got into programming. It's very important to me because I want to work with people that have that interest because I have that interest and I can train, right? I am more than able and willing to uplift a developer who has that interest and is willing to put into work versus someone who comes in from school and your leak code and they're lazy or they put in minimal effort or they waste a lot of my time asking questions versus seeking potential solutions to problems they come across, right? All like none of that goes away. I didn't really answer your question, I don't think, but at the end of the day, I don't know yet. I think a lot of us are still kind of waiting to see, at least in these smaller industries. Now, I won't deny, you know, having ran teams before, a lot of my days are spent in meetings to develop like uh, GitHub or GitLab tickets and spending a lot of time making sure everyone's on the same page. There is something to be said where like instead of me spending that time making sure everyone's on the same page and understands the architecture I'm laying out and so on and so forth, I could use that time to just have AI write it for me. The only downside, like there is a huge downside to that from the perspective of a business because then I am the only developer who understands the product. And if I were to leave or if I like got hit by a bus or something, the business is screwed. So there is still a place for getting people hired on, getting them trained up, making them just as productive. Because if more people are more productive, then from a business perspective, you have an opportunity to make more money, right? And that's what a business is trying to do. It's just trying to make money. So it'll be interesting to see. I don't have the answers necessarily. I think I am in a. I don't even know if this is true, but I might be in a better position to deal with AI than a junior person. But maybe that means I become too expensive and giving AI to a junior person becomes the cheaper option because the AI got so good or got trained on the work I did that I'm no longer needed, right? Really don't know. It's tough. I feel for anyone who is actively struggling to find positions. That's for sure. And I think it affects more of the what I would call softer programming, right? The scripting language programming, web development, that kind of thing. Because I don't like it's all more publicly available to train on. So there's a lot more solutions that can be pulled from the AI. Like I think I read that there's like a web development project called Tailwind or something like that that got severely impacted by AI basically stealing all the training from them. So then they lost their business because no one needs them anymore. They can just have AI generate everything that they were doing because everything they were doing is, you just go to a website, right click, view source code, and boom, you got it, right? So I don't know. The system level languages I don't think are going to be as affected as much. Like I'm still like, well, here, let me show you. So right now I know how to write a GUI system, right? I have used it most of my career. I have used Qt. I am building a mobile app with Flutter. I have learned Godot. And at the end of the day, all of these frameworks, they basically do the same thing, just written slightly differently or with different APIs. So I have this situation with this chat app that I'm dealing with right now, where it's all in main, right? And there's just a lot of stuff going on. So let's see what happens if I tell AI to build this out, flush this out like I would expect an actual GUI framework to do. And before I start prompting it, what I will do with the knowledge and experience that I have is I will at least give it some context on how I want it to put stuff into place, right? So maybe I want my source code to end up here so that I can link against the GUI library here, or my application here. And then I know I want it to be a GUI library, so I'll call it GUI, right? And I know I want a label, so I'll call it label.ixx. Why .ixx? Because I am going to use C++ modules. I'm not going to use headers and source files anymore. That was like like headers and CPP files is totally 2025. We're in 2026 now, right? So I'm going to define some components of a GUI framework that I know I would need. So I know I need a label. I know I need like a row layout. I know I want a what is it called? A scroll panel. Scroll panel. I'm borrowing the name of actually, you know what? I'm going to change the name of this. Let's rename it. Scroll view. What other components do I need to build this chat app? So I have a label, a row layout, a scroll view. Let's see, scroll. Probably good enough for now. I'm sorry, Crypto. A link to what the time between chat and my conversation is delayed, so sometimes I forget what I was talking about and what people ask about. Oh, a link object. Sorry. Yeah, I do eventually want that. The problem there is that's going to be like a rich text box. And maybe that's what I need to do because RayGUI doesn't have it. But the way Twitch chat works, because it's a web app, it uses HTML to render all of this. That's how it's able to get like different colors and multi-line editing Oh man, do I try and see if AI will generate a rich text label for me? Because if I can get it to do that, you know what? Let's do it. We'll see. This one's a little more complicated because I honestly don't know how I would go about rendering a rich text label using HTML, because like that's a whole language standard you have to support within a widget. So I'm worried about this. All right. So let's see what happens. I'm gonna prompt it to do this, and then I'm gonna go use the bathroom. It is a big jump, right? And I might be able to scope it down and say, hey, I really just want you to support text coloring. I don't know. We'll see what happens. Oh, this terrifies me. This is not something I normally would use AI to do, is generate like massive implementations of something, right? It's take my knowledge, build out the components, and tell it to build the components, because then I can still somewhat review it and make sure it's on the same page with me. Oh, we need um we need like a base widget class to handle hierarchy, right? Automatic transformations, that kind of thing. I currently am using Ray GUI to render a scrollable panel with rows of labeled text in a window. I want to refine this into an actual widget-based API that provides nested child parent hierarchies to handle transformations. I use source/GUI as an initial template to build out the components. If possible, I would like a rich text label capable of at least defining font color, size. Let's see, defining font color, size, and word wrapping. What else? Base widget class. Oh, we're going all the way if we're doing this. Once complete, I want to link against, what are we going to call this? Carwin GUI, and replace the Ray GUI code in main.cpp with this new widget API. Oh my god, this is... I'm honestly, I've not tried to do something this big with AI before. Or I think the last time I tried was a couple of years ago, and back then AI wasn't nearly as good. And this is with the new Opus 4.7 that everyone's talking about, but it costs, I don't know if you guys can see this, but it costs like 7.5x the number of tokens when you use it. So we'll see what happens here. Actually, you know what I'll do? I'll set it up as a plan and have it ask me clarifying questions, and then if I like what it planned out, then I'll say go, and then it will do it. If possible, I would like a rich text label capable of at least defining font, color, size, word wrapping. Once complete, I want to link against... Oh, the layout. I want to refine widget. I would like... if we get the... Yeah, I would like a row and column layout widget as well, with the ability to define spacing. All right. Look at the current code in this repo and look at the current implementation in main. No, I don't want it to I don't like the implementation in main, so I'm not going to tell it to use that as a basis. Let's see here. I want to crypto. I do have, for your awareness, I do have a an open source project in my repo called Awin, and it is pure modules. So the CMake scripts, everything is there. If you need examples to pull from. Once complete, I want to link against Karen GUI and replace the Ray GUI code in main with this new widget API. Let me know if you need any clarifying questions. Let me know if you need any clarification. No, let me know if you need clarification. Yeah, let me know if you need clarification. I expect something similar to Qt Quick API. Nah, I won't give it that. That's too much. All right, I'm going to let that run. I'll be right back. I got to pee so bad. How's it looking? What kind of questions is it asking me? Your current code rebuilds rows per frame. A hierarchical widget API with transforms typically implies retained, but a hybrid is also possible. Retained. Construct widget tree once, mutate on data change, draw each frame. Yes. Immediate mode, hybrid, retain tree, but layout recomputed each frame. Yeah, so Raylib is immediate mode, but we can still hold state in these widget classes, and only when the state changes do we rebuild if we need to rebuild. But because it's immediate mode, I don't think there's a lot we need to do there unless we're like rebuilding data structures. This is going to be such a simple app. Performance savings aren't a big deal. I say simple, but the widgets are complicated as hell. Yeah, I think we leave it retained. Construct widget tree once. Mutate on data change. Draw each frame. Yeah, let's do that. Going direct. Draw text EX, draw rectangle gives full control. I was wondering if it was going to suggest this, so this is almost like leaving Ray GUI behind because it's too limited and use the pure drawing to create our own widgets, which I was kind of thinking we were going to need. Direct Raylib, draw text, scissor, etc. Cleaner per widget styling, use Ray GUI, mix Raylib. I don't want to mix. Nope. All right, I like it. So, oh boy. So basically, AI is going to implement its own widget library using Raylib instead of using Ray GUI. Okay, so confirm C++23 named modules .ixx for the GUI library. Yes, use C++ modules, configure CMake file set CXX modules. Now, I have my open source project locally on my machine, so I could tell it to look at it if it needs to know how to do it. It might not. Yes. Effects scope. Parent-child position offset only versus full 2D affine, translate, rotate, scale. Oh my god, how complicated do we want to go? I'm not trying to build an actual GUI library here. But sure, why not? We'll have it affect position offset only, translate, scale, no rotation. We're doing the whole thing. Screw it. Which layout features for row column besides spacing? Padding, per axis alignment, start center. Oh, it's going to add alignment? I didn't even think to ask it that. Flex grow weights for widget sizing? Oh, flex. That's like in Flutter there's flex, right? So, if you think about actually, can I just show you guys? I can show you real quick. Where's my project? I got to open more. All right, I'm gonna swap over to desktop here. Okay. So I have a mobile app I'm building. Magic the Gathering, if anyone's a Magic the Gathering nerd like I am. Let me launch this real quick. It's kind of crazy. I like programming so much. I just have all kinds of unfinished programming projects. Why is this not giving me the option to run it? Standby. Flutter. Windows. Let's do a build Windows. Usually there's a little button here I can press. This might be why. Generator vision. Oh, I screwed up my generator. Whoops. All right, let's try Chrome. I can run it in a browser. There we go. I forgot about that. I have both 22 and 2026 installed, and I think it's pointing to 22, but 26 is now the default. Let's not do that right now. Wait for it. There we go. Come on. Come on. Really thinking. All right, there we go. All right, so flex sizing, if you're not familiar with flex sizing, it allows you to do stuff like what's a good example? One of these is a good example. Probably this one. Okay. So, you see how the height of this square is not the same as the height of these squares? So in Flutter, you can define a flex property with a value, and it basically creates like a ratio. So it might be like this guy is a 1 while these guys are 2s each or something like that. So it's another way to do layout sizing, which I think is more of a web-based way of doing things versus like Qt's C++ based thing. So it's asking me, do I want that capability? Flex grow weights for child sizing. I mean, if we're going all out, padding, per axis alignment, and flex grow, sure. Oh boy, if it Oh my gosh. Also wonder how much this is going to cost me. 7.5x tokens? When I thought of the idea to stream this, I was thinking I was just going to like render some text in a list, scroll through it, call it a day. Talk to Twitch APIs. I thought that was going to be the hardest thing because I've never used OAuth to do anything. So I figured I was going to have to spend time learning that. But I haven't even gotten to that part yet. I'm still trying to figure out how to render text. I don't know if anyone's ever like dug into what it takes to actually render text cleanly and with proper spacing and kerning, but my god, rendering text is hard. All right, what do we got? It is thinking. It's going to be thinking for a minute. It's coming up with a plan. It wrote a plan.md. All right, so here's the plan. A retained widget GUI. I'm having this generate an entire widget GUI. Build a retain mode widget hierarchy as a C++23 static library called Karen widget or Karen GUI. Under GUI rendering directly via Raylib, widgets support full 2D affine transforms via RLGL matrix stack, a two-phase measure arrange protocol. Excuse you? Wait, what? What does that mean? A two-phase measure/arrange protocol. Okay, so I'm assuming that is for layout and positioning, is what it's saying there. And row column layouts with padding, per axis alignment, spacing, and flex grow weights. Rich text label supports per run font color size with optional word wrap. Per run. Font color size with optional word wrap. Main.cpp is rewritten to compose widgets and link Karen GUI. Phase 1, scaffolding in parallel. Oh, measures the text size and adjusts accordingly. I think that makes sense. I think you're right. So it's going to create a static library using modules. Insert, yep, all that makes sense. Phase 2, core, depending on one. Implement the widget, geometry. It should also contain, yep, there it is. Standard vector unique pointer widget. Exactly how I would write it. Layouts. Depends on two. Add a box layout. Oh, I didn't think about that. Nice. That's right. A box layout, row layout, horizontal class, column layout, vertical. Phase 4 content widgets. So rich text label. Man, if it implements a usable rich text label, I might have to fire a junior developer I don't have working for me. Content widgets, parallel after 2, rich text label, text run. So what is it saying a text run is? Oh. It's basically like it's like creating a small text blurb to put in the rich text label. So that little text blurb would be your different font color, sizing, that kind of thing. A wrap mode. Oh, that makes sense. Word wrap generalized from count word wrap lines, draw self emits draw text ex calls per frame layout cache keyed on available width. A scroll view, single child, unbounded child, main axis during arrange. So I think this arrange step is where it's going to be calculating all of the layouts, padding, stuff like that. Phase 5 aggregator. Add a GUI.ixx, re-exporting all above. Oh, that makes sense. Integrate, so update. I'm not seeing anything that stands out as like wrong. I'm not seeing any red flags here. There might be some missing stuff, I'm not sure, but I'm not seeing any red flags. Remove Ray GUI, that makes sense. So we're no longer using Ray GUI, it was too limited. Verification. So this is what it's going to do after it implements. It's going to run my build command, which is cmake preset and cmake build. It's going to do a sanity build of Linux Clang debug preset for module portability. Okay, so it got this wrong. It can't do Linux builds, right? It can't do Linux builds unless I'm in the dev container. The dev container has all the Linux dependencies and compilers already set up. So it got that wrong, I think. Run app, 3 messages rendered. So this is crazy. I've actually have seen this I've seen this happen before, and it helped me debug a problem. I don't know if other models do this, but at least the Cloud Opus did it. It can it'll take a screenshot of your app, read the pixels, and determine if it looks correct or not. So I do believe that's possible. Mouse wheel scroll plus drag the scroll bar thumbs. Okay. All this makes sense. Inspect, dump bin symbols. Okay, so one thing I think I would do, retain tree, rebuild only when... Okay, so I want to call a couple of things out, actually. So, step 2, this won't work since we're not in a dev container. Step 4, would it be better to implement the scroll bars as separate widgets and then compose them into a panel widget to create a scroll view? Decisions. Oh, wait. Rebuild only when message change. Oh, these are the decisions I made. Plan saved. Proceed. Start with autopilot. What is autopilot? I've not hit that button before. All right, so before I hit anything, let's see what it says about this. Good points. Updating the plan. Yes, splitting helps. Proposed decomposition. Scroll bar widget, generic widget rendering track plus thumb for one axis, owns float content size, viewport size, offset, etc. Viewport widget, single child container that clips to its bounds and applies a translation before drawing the child, measures the child with unbound size on scrolling axis. Oh, a viewport widget. Okay, that makes sense. Scroll view. Okay, all that makes sense. Updating plan now. It's still updating. So this is what I'm doing here. This is kind of where you find people like online talking about, hey, a junior developer or a vibe coder is going to generate a bunch of like slop, right? Because they might not know how an actual GUI framework is implemented under the hood. I've spent at this point over a decade like looking at Qt code. I've actually looked at Godot code, Flutter, all these different frameworks. Like I am very, very familiar with how a widget architecture works. So I'm able to call some of this stuff out to refine it, narrow the scope, give it more detailed to get it right. Okay, so drop the Linux Clang preset. Only the Windows configure build is required. Split scroll view. Yeah, I'm not too worried about this. We can always do this in a separate phase once I'm inside the dev container. Split scroll view into 3 composable widgets. A viewport, a scroll bar, a scroll view. This makes sense. A viewport widget is an actual thing. So it's basically it's how you can scissor your widgets from leaving the area. It won't render it. And I think, yeah, so it calls that out. Begin scissor mode. Scroll bar, viewport size, offset, scroll view. Phase number shifted accordingly. So the only other thing I want to make sure it does is I make use of Clang Tidy. Now I don't have this set up in a pipeline yet, but I have Clang Tidy to help make sure I write, let's say, somewhat reasonable C++ code. And I even use it to enforce language, like styling. I use Clang Tidy to enforce styling. So global variables start with a capital letter. Enums, classes, structs all start with a capital letter. Member variables start with a lowercase letter. Private variables have an underscore suffix, so on the right side to avoid any issues with the STL naming conventions, that kind of thing. Just how I like to write, see and write the code. So I'm going to tell it to make sure it adheres to that. Also, make sure your naming and styling conventions align with the .clang tidy file. And I think we're about ready to say go. See what happens. This is going to be nuts. Adding a verist. Okay. All right. Here goes. I don't know what autopilot is, but I'm just going to start. Let's see what happens. This is going to be nuts. All right. I currently have +5 file changes. Oh, yeah. Yep. I believe that 100%. And that's kind of what the viewport's going to do, right? Because now if I have a viewport widget, I can put two of these viewports next to each other and have them like render their own scene essentially without like rendering on top of each other. What was I going to do? I was going to look something up. I forgot what I was looking up. I've lost my mind. Just think about it. Yep. And I think, I don't know, because this is using OpenGL under the hood. Yeah, I think at least old OpenGL, your draw calls still happen, even if they're outside that scissor. So in theory, it's probably still a little better to not have the draw call, but sometimes it's like half, right? You've got, if you see my hand here coming through, and it's like, oh, I need to render only half of it, so you're gonna scissor it off, so you'll still see part of it, you just won't see the whole thing. Whereas if you did a don't draw optimization, your the hand wouldn't be there, even though like it technically should be. So scissor benefits that. Oh my god, it is going to town. Let's take a look at the widget class, see if it makes sense. All right, so it's creating a size struct. Oh my god, it's implementing a math library. It's creating a point. Usually I would just use GLM here. I probably should have told it to use GLM. So that's something I forgot. It's defining a rectangle because like all the transformations, rotations, scaling, GLM could handle all that for us. So that's a whoops on my part. Insets. So this is doing a horizontal, vertical. It's creating an align enum. It's using scoped enums. That's good. Creates a transform class with a pivot. So the pivot is like the origin point. So do I rotate around the top left corner, or do I rotate from the center? It properly handles the rule of 5, which is huge, and I didn't tell it to. So this is something a junior developer does not do. I will say that. A junior developer does not know the rule of 5. In all my years of interviewing, oh shoot, a lot of people don't know the rule of 5. In all my years of, so I won't just blame junior developers. I would say a lot of people don't know the rule of 5. So the rule of 5, when I'm interviewing and they don't know the rule of 5, that's okay. Like I said, a lot of people don't know it. But I like to go through and kind of walk them through it and be like, hey, what's the purpose of a destructor in a class, right? A destructor in a class is to manage memory. It's to free your memory or release a resource, right? That's usually what defining a destructor means when you're writing a class. If you're doing it for other reasons, I would start to question, or I might call that out in a code review. So typically, if you're just building a class to contain data, that kind of thing, you're probably not going to define the destructor. So then the question arises. If you define a destructor because you are managing memory or you need to release a resource because of RAII, what does it mean to copy your class? Or what does it mean to move your class, right? Because you are in charge of managing that memory. You are in charge of releasing that memory because you wrote a destructor. Therefore, the rule of 5 says if you are writing a destructor, then you acknowledge you are managing memory. And if you are managing memory, then it's on you to determine what moving that memory and copying that memory looks like. Therefore, rule of 5, if you define any one of these 5 functions, you are stating that you are owning the resource and you are in charge of making sure it gets released. Destructor, copy constructor, move constructor, move assignment, and copy assignment. If you define any one of those, you need to define all 5. And so what the AI just did here is it's creating a virtual inheritance class, right? And when it comes to polymorphism, you have to also account for the fact that copying a base class would lead to object slicing. So as soon as you define a virtual widget, you are now deleting the other 4. The rule of 5, if any of these exist in your header file or your class definition, all 5 have to exist. Virtual inheritance, you have to delete these. And that's part of the CPP core guidelines. Technically, you can get away with not doing it, but like if someone was writing code in my code base, you're deleting those, right? You're deleting those, and if you need a way to copy, you're implementing a clone function. All right, let's see. What are we looking at? Oh, we still got to keep going. Allow. But yes, like so far I'm happy with that implementation. It has a measure function. I'm not a huge fan of this, but that's okay. I'm sure it has a reason for it. A draw function. If it has a transform, it's doing an RL push, apply transform, a pop. I expected that. That makes sense. It's going to draw itself first and then its children, which makes sense because if you're building a GUI application and you have children, you want the children to be drawn on top. And the only way that happens is if you draw yourself first and then draw the children. Oh, we got scroll bar colors, scroll bar. Jesus, this is writing a bunch of code. I wanted to keep looking at the widget implementation here. The only thing that I'm really not liking so far is the fact that it went and implemented its own math functions for transformations. I should have told it to use GLM. Let's see. Draw children, draw self. Add child internal. I think it's going to expose a template API if it's doing that. Why did it have add child internal? Huh. So this is curious. It has a add child internal function to add child widgets, but I'm not seeing a public function to use it. So I'll be curious to see. I'll be curious to see what it's going to do with this. I wonder if it's doing it this way so that derived classes can call this if that class expects to have a child. That's the only thing I could think that it's doing. Oh, I see what it's doing. Okay, that's fair. So so the base widget is just in charge of the translation, rotation, scale, and child hierarchy, and then the container widget is in charge of having children. What in the world? A top level driver owns one root widget and runs the per frame pipeline. Oh my god. Okay. Keep going. We've got to be getting close, I think. What all have we implemented? A GUI, column layout, rich text. Ooh. What does this look like? This one's going to be nuts. Add run. Text wrap mode. Look at all this layout. Oh my gosh. Tokenize. What does it need to tokenize? Is this to like support modifying individual text? Oh my god. Oh boy. Okay. Oh, we're in the process of compiling now to see if it did not pass. Usually this happens. Okay, so this is I'm aware of this issue. I should have told AI about it. VS Code inherently is able to find Visual Studio compiler installations, but when you're running AI, it by default will go into like PowerShell or your terminal. And when you do that, the Visual Studio development environment variables aren't set up. So it's going to fail to find compilers and stuff like that. And so it'll eventually, and that's what it's doing right now. It'll eventually figure out that it needs to find the script to set up Visual Studio development environment before it can successfully get this stuff compiled. Now, usually you can have like a markdown file or something in your repo that kind of tells the AI like, here's a checklist of things you always need to account for. I just haven't done it. There's no way this is going to work first try, right? Like, did, did that work first try? in the middle of its own testing, because I didn't touch anything, it launched the application and it looked right. Wait. So, what? Did that actually... If AI can implement a rich text label, I might be out of a job soon. Okay, so we have build message row. So what is this doing? You pass in a message, a font, bold. All right, that is not the API I want. Oh my god, this is hideous. So it's calling, so it creates a rich text label, set line spacing, it adds a run, so the timestamp, font size, spacing, color, adds it as a, adds the label as a child. Okay, it got this wrong. It definitely got this wrong, right? Because this should have been a single rich text label, but I didn't tell it explicitly. Okay, so there's some cleanup, okay? There's some cleanup. But let's compile it real quick cuz I think it actually worked. Or it at least ran and rendered, right? So it's compiling and it's using C++ modules. Okay, that's hideous. So it didn't figure that out either. So okay. So there's stuff that can be fixed. Scrolling works. What? And that, and I'm not, not to dog on Ray GUI because the whole Raylib suite is awesome. But this scrolling is like working. And the scrolling for Ray GUI wasn't working for me. Look, like that is clean. Oh my god. Okay, so we gotta get that cleaned up. I need to get this cleaned up. And I need to tell it to use GLM and not implement its own math. Let's do another plan. Yeah, I'm worried it's not just is that all it is? Is it just resizing incorrectly? Because I wasn't sure if like I almost need like a debugging bounding box. I need to see the bounding box. But I would expect that the position, it's almost like the layout isn't accounting for the new size of the label, right? That's my concern anyway. But we'll let it know. Okay, so step 1 is I need to replace the custom transformation code with GLM library. Use VC package to pull this in. Okay, so that's step 1. Step 2. I need what are they calling this? Message row? I need each message row to be a single rich text label. The timestamp is gray. The username is white and bold. Let's be explicit here. The timestamp is gray and regular. The username is white and bold. The message is white and regular. Regular. Okay. What else? When shrinking the width of the window, which causes the rich text label to word wrap, the wrapped text overlaps other rich text labels in the what are we calling this? What is this getting added to? Build message row. Scroll view. Is that what we're calling it? Scroll view. The wrap text overlaps other rich text labels in the scroll view. I would expect the items in the scroll view to be pushed further down so the labels don't overlap. I need to replace the custom transformation code with GLM library. Use VC package to pull this in. I need each message row to be a single rich text label. The timestamp is gray and regular. The username is white and bold. Okay. When shrinking the width of the window, which causes the rich text label to word wrap, the wrap text overlap. Yep, I like it. Go. This is kind of cool. So I will say, I don't know how much AI anyone else has been doing. It is kind of addicting because you feel kind of powerful and almighty. But it is so easy to lose track of what's happening under the hood. Because I have no idea how it's doing the layout code. I can assume. I have some assumptions, but I don't really know. I also don't know how performant this is all going to end up being, you know? Oh, apparently you have to unload the fonts after you load them. Who knew? Whoops. And there's other stuff I need cleaned up, right? I need to create like a font class, RAII, and then be able to set that font to the label. Like I wouldn't expect to see any Raylib code in main once all this widget stuff is implemented. Oh no, I'm out of monster. That means I'm gonna crash soon. Forgot I never switched back. Ooh, it's really thinking about this. Oh, it's thinking about the word wrap issue. Yeah, I find I've been using Copilot for a while now, so I'm a little bit more practiced with it. I have a lot more success when I have already kind of like architected the solution. I have everything where I need it to be. I've defined the APIs I want. And then all it has to do is fill in the blanks. I find that goes a long way. But it'll still do stuff like this, right? Where in my head, I was like, oh, transformations. I'll just, like, if I was writing it from scratch, I would just use the GLM math library. And it didn't do that because I didn't tell it to. Okay, so what is it doing now? What does it want to do? Okay, several things to address. Let me investigate the wrap overlap bug first, then make all the changes. Confirm the wrap overlap bug, excuse me, in box layout. Arrange size swaps width height for a vertical column so child rows see available width equals infinity and never wrap. Need make size inner main inner cross. Now adding GLM, fixing the bug. It looks like Edit and terminal tools are now disabled in this turn. I can't apply. Replace custom transform with GLM. Yeah, there we go. So we use GLM API. Why this fixes the overlap for vertical. Replace. Okay. So it's going to do add run. That's what I needed. Okay. Please re-enable the edit and terminal tools. Did I not? What? Start. Oh, it didn't realize it was in plan mode, and plan mode doesn't let it edit. Weird. You would think it'd be self-aware. I guess that's a good thing, right? If AI isn't self-aware yet, it means we still have a chance. I think long term, if I'm able to get this up and running, I might merge it into my Awin framework, because that's really how I want to build all that out. I want the Awin framework to be the GUI application tool. And this would be a really good proof of concept. Except I'll probably, because Ray GUI is still kind of limiting, I'll probably use SDL to do that. Ooh, maybe I'll use the Skia backend for rendering with SDL, because I bet that actually supports rich text rendering. Now I'm curious. I'm pretty sure it would surprise me if it didn't. Oh, I guess it doesn't really. I mean, you draw. It's basically like how it's implemented with what we just did. It draws it one block of text at a time with whatever your font settings are. Oh, how old is this? After some time, it seems we actually have a much better way to draw text and not just the basic underlines. I would wholeheartedly recommend this library. Oh, Rich Text Kit. Oh. Oh. Last update. Well, no, last update 8 months ago, so it's somewhat being maintained. Interesting. So for my other framework, so this I'm building this tool like standalone, but I'm thinking I will eventually, if it turns out as well as I hope it does, I will eventually merge it into my open source Awin framework, which is really where I want to put all this stuff to build applications, possibly games. I'll put it in there as a proof of concept that, like, oh hey, my framework actually builds a real application. Okay, so wrap overlay fix. Okay, so I think it's done. Let's see if it builds and runs. This is much cleaner. So it'll add a text run, format it, regular, bold, font spacing. And yeah, for that Awin framework, I might use Skia. I had some issues early on trying to get it to compile for WebAssembly through the VC package dependency manager. But that might not be an issue now. Did that build? I wasn't paying attention. Yes, that built. Okay. Let's see what happens. Guys. No way. Oh. Oh my gosh. This is, oh my gosh. Look at this. What the hell is happening? Ooh, wait a minute. Wait a minute. Nope, this looks terrible. Look at that. There's spacing between every single letter. Why does AI keep trying to add spacing between my letters when I didn't ask it to? I don't know if you guys have ever done this, but sometimes I get into shouting matches with the AI for doing stuff I didn't tell it to do. I won't do that on stream because I get pretty let's say aggressive. Line spacing. No, that's not it. I need, is it text spacing? Is it this? What is this nonsense? What is font spacing? Zero? What happens if I do zero? There we go. That looks normal, right? Doesn't look very good. It's almost like it's almost like it's doing subpixel rendering. It's I mean, it's readable, but like it's probably hard to tell on stream. But if you like got really close, it has like a light gray border to some of the text that makes it look really choppy and not very high resolution. But it works. Oh my god. So this was supposed to be like the easy part. Look at all this. All right, I'm just going to commit this as is. Um working rich text uh labeling um and word wrapping. All of this for some word wrapping. I think the data management will be pretty easy because that's, I mean, honestly, this just becomes like what, a vector of strings or a vector of that message type, a vector of structs. I can, I assume I'll be talking to the Twitch API and it'll return like JSON. So I'll just deserialize JSON into my struct. There is a newer C++ library called Glaze, which has C++26 serialization, which I'm super excited to try. But I would need C++26 compiler support to do that. So does this also do, well, I guess I'm word wrapping, so it's not going to do like horizontal scrolling. It's so cool. It needs to you know what it needs to do? It needs to resize, or yeah, it needs to word wrap as I'm resizing. And I don't know, that might be a Windows limitation. I can try because usually what you can do is have it run a draw call while you're resizing every time you receive a resize event. Let's I mean, we've gotten this far, right? Let's see if old AI here can you redraw during during window resize so that word wrapping works as the window is being resized? I would run a queue of loaded messages that are removed after either a set time. That's fair, right? I mean, you're right. When because I will have thousands and thousands of viewers and people chatting, and so I don't want the memory to I don't want to run out of memory on my computer, right? I only have 64 gigs, and I'm going to be so popular that the amount of text that I'm going to need to store is going to be like insurmountable in my RAM. But you are right. I should run a queue. Ooh, honestly, eventually I could add like make this a real application, right? I could have five like application menus and have settings, implement like a buffer or a buffer limit, that kind of thing. Ooh, what is this doing? Holy crap. It needs all of this just to handle redrawing or resize? Win32 lean and mean. There's no way. Yeah, okay. I mean, what? Does That's the problem with Raylib. It's it's limited. It doesn't give you access to everything you need all the time. I'm curious. On Windows, the modal resize loop blocks Raylib's main loop, so nothing redraws until you release the mouse. The fix is to hook the window procedure and render from window manager size. Let me implement. Oh my god. Well, this isn't quite what I wanted it to do, but I am curious to see how this looks. Because I've always ran into this issue on Windows where I want to redraw when I'm resizing the window and I can never get it to work. But it works on Linux and Mac. So this might have been the reason the whole time. And Raylib uses GLFW under the hood, which is what I am used to using. So this will be interesting. Though I feel like I've tried this before. I don't think I'm going to keep this in the code. I'm just doing this to see. I'm curious. Especially since I'm using SDL for Awin. Show cursor symbols in the same translation unit. Let me move the Win32 hook to its own file. Ooh, it's running into module issues. Install, resize, redraw hook. Interesting. Wow, I didn't realize redrawing on resize would be that involved for Windows. It just works on Mac. So we implement a render frame so that we can call it elsewhere, I bet. Where do we... Oh, right here. Install, resize, redraw hook. Get window handle. Jesus. Word wrap should now reflow live as you drag the window edges. Really? Is it that easy? You just had to write a paragraph? I'm a master coder. I can write sentences. All right, let's see if this works. Holy shit. Oh my god. All right, and just like that, I am now able to render chat messages with word wrap, dynamic resizing window, and inline text formatting and coloring. Now, I don't have like text selection, copy paste, or anything like that, but we might get there someday. It might take me a couple of paragraphs to write, you know? But we're getting there. Oh, that's so cool. I actually don't want to get rid of this, but oh man. It's the little things. And scrolling should still work. It's the little things. Cool. So I think this is at a point now where the next big step is probably getting a like a WebSocket library or an HTTP library to communicate with the Twitch API. I took a brief glance. It looks like I'm going to need to use an API key or something like that. So I'll have to figure out what I can do about that and not like accidentally leak information. I'll probably have to implement some kind of sign-in solution into the app itself using text box, I'm guessing. And then when you hit the sign-in button, it will push a serialized message to the Twitch API it will send a message back, hopefully. I will deserialize that, use that to sign in, and then load the chat widget and start receiving JSON messages from chat and render those chat messages. And then, like Crypto suggested, probably buffer the messages to a certain limit. So I'll need to implement some application menu options, I guess, to do that kind of thing. But yeah, this I got further than I thought I would, because I honestly wasn't expecting to use as much AI as I did, because I really thought it was just going to be like, hey, render a line of text, render a line of text, render a line of text. And it turns out for word wrap, you need a lot more than that. So that became a lot more involved. So fortunately, AI was able to get me to get it done a little quicker and give me an opportunity to do some more interesting stuff next time. All right, I think I'm gonna call it there. I've been live for about 5.5 hours, which is about 2.5, 3 hours longer than I expected to be. But people showed up, and I wanted to work through this with an audience. So it was really cool that you guys stopped by and said hi. I really appreciate it. But I think I am going to end it there, and I will probably almost certainly be streaming tomorrow and Sunday as well. Maybe not as late, but probably start a little earlier. I don't know enough about Twitch to like send out notifications or anything like that. All I can say is I'm thinking I'll be on sometime around 4 or 5 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. If you guys are available and you want to hop in, I will probably continue to work on this this weekend, and then next week during the week in the evenings, I will be back to working on my aircraft radar game, Briarthorn. But yeah, until then, I really appreciate it, guys, and I hope to see you next time. Take care.